Hello everyone, I know you are going to use this video for falling asleep, so before that, like this video, subscribe to the channel, and let me know where you are from. Also, what time is it? The house had always felt safe, a sanctuary. When Jenna's parents left for the weekend, the idea of a few days home alone seemed like a dream. The thought of binge, watching her favorite shows, eating all the snacks she wanted without anyone around to tell her to stop. It was freedom in its purest form. But what was supposed to be a carefree weekend would soon spiral into something far more sinister. Jenna had always been the adventurous type, but she didn't know just how far her curiosity would lead her this time. It all started when the air turned cold. Unusually cold for a late spring evening. She shrugged it off at first. Maybe the house's old heating system was acting up again. After all, it was an old place. Creaks in the floorboards and windows that never quite closed right were part of its charm. But as the hours ticked by, she couldn't ignore the unsettling sensation creeping up her spine. The first sign that something was wrong came just after sunset. Jenna was in the kitchen, rummaging through the fridge for a snack when she heard a faint sound. At first, she couldn't make it out, but then it came again. A soft scraping, like something being dragged across the floor. Her heart skipped a beat. She stood frozen in place. The refrigerator door still open, casting a cold, pale light onto the room. The sound was coming from upstairs. She told herself it was just the house settling, or maybe a stray branch brushing against the window. It was late, and she was alone. Her mind was playing tricks on her, right? But as she walked cautiously toward the stairs, a chill ran down her back. The scraping noise had stopped, but she couldn't shake the feeling that something, or someone, was up there. Get it together. Jenna, she muttered under her breath, trying to calm herself. She couldn't just sit here, terrified of every little noise. It was just an old house. Nothing more. But as she reached the bottom of the stairs, she paused. There, in the dim hallway leading to the basement door, she saw it. A shadow, faint but unmistakable. It moved. Just a flicker of movement. It was gone as quickly as it had appeared, but Jenna's heart pounded in her chest. Her breath hitched. She stood there for what felt like an eternity, unsure of whether to investigate or run for her life. The rational part of her screamed at her to ignore it, but the other part, the part that thrived on curiosity, demanded she find out what it was. Jenna hesitated for only a moment before she grabbed the flashlight from the kitchen drawer. She flicked it on, the beam of light cutting through the darkness, casting long, twisted shadows against the walls. Her footsteps were slow, deliberate as she approached the basement door. She hadn't been down there in months. The basement had always felt cold, damp, and full of things she'd rather forget. The shadow, it had been near the basement, swallowing her unease. Jenna opened the basement door. The stairs descended into the pitch black void beneath the house. She could feel the cool air coming from below, carrying with it the distinct smell of mildew. The faintest whisper of someone, moved just beyond the beam of her flashlight. Her hand trembled slightly, but she forced herself to take the first step, and then another. Each creak of the wooden steps seemed to echo through the silence, a reminder that she was alone. The basement stretched out before her, an oppressive, suffocating space filled with old boxes, furniture covered in dusty sheets, and the remnants of forgotten belongings. But as she stepped farther down, the sensation of being watched grew stronger. Her heart began to race again, faster now, as she swept the flashlight over the basement's dark corners. Nothing. But that wasn't the worst part. The worst part was the sound that made her freeze in place, unable to breathe. A whisper, barely audible but unmistakable. It came from the farthest corner of the basement, a place she had never dared to go. Her flashlight flickered, and for a moment, everything went pitch black. When the light returned, she was no longer alone. A figure stood in the corner of the basement, just at the edge of the light's reach. It was tall, too tall. Its form twisted and elongated in a way that defied reason. It didn't move, not at first, but Jenna could feel it watching her, its presence suffocating her. Her mind screamed at her to run, to turn and bolt up the stairs, but her body refused to obey. For a moment, she thought it was a trick of the light, maybe her eyes playing tricks on her. She blinked rapidly, trying to clear her vision, but the figure remained. There was no mistaking it. It was real. The air in the basement grew thick, heavy, as if it were closing in around her. "Hello." Jenna's voice trembled, barely a whisper, but it felt like a thunderclap in the silence. No response. The figure didn't move, but Jenna could swear it was getting closer. Slowly, imperceptibly. Her feet were rooted to the ground, her legs frozen in place. She couldn't take her eyes off of it. It was all she could do to keep herself from fainting. The figure, if it even was a person, had a face, or at least something that resembled one. But the features were distorted, as if stretched and melted beyond recognition. The eyes, they were black, voids that seemed to suck in the very light around them. And then, as if waking from a trance, Jenna turned and ran. She bolted for the stairs, her breath ragged and frantic, her legs pumping beneath her as fast as they could move. She could feel the cold air behind her, could sense the presence closing in. But when she reached the top of the stairs, when she was almost safe, she heard something that made her blood run cold. The sound of footsteps, slow, deliberate, following her. She didn't dare turn around. Her heart pounded in her chest as she reached the hallway. But the basement door was still open, swinging slightly on its hinges, as if waiting for her to come back. Jenna slammed the door shut, her hands shaking uncontrollably as she locked it. She leaned against the door, her breath coming in ragged gasps, trying to calm herself. But there was no escaping the feeling that something was still down there in the darkness, waiting for her to make a mistake. She needed to call her parents. She needed to tell them what happened. But as she reached for her phone, she froze. There was no signal. The call wouldn't go through. Then, just as she was about to give up, a knock sounded from the front door. The knock was soft, tentative, almost like a whisper. But there was something wrong about it. Jenna's heart skipped a beat as she stood still, listening. Another knock, louder this time. She didn't want to answer it. She didn't want to open the door. But that wasn't the worst part. The worst part was the voice that followed the knock. "Jenna, it's me. Let me in." But the voice, it wasn't her parents. It was the voice from the basement. Jenna's hand trembled as it hovered over the doorknob. The voice, faint and strained, came again, just as it had before. She could barely make out the words. "Jenna, it's me. Let me in." The voice was deep, raspy, but unmistakable. It was the same voice she had heard whispering from the basement. That thing. Whatever it was now at the door. Her pulse thundered in her ears. The familiar, comforting surroundings of the living room now felt foreign, suffocating. Her house was no longer her home. It had become a prison. A place where something wrong, was lurking just beyond her reach. She leaned against the door, trying to steady herself. The knock had come again, this time louder, more insistent. Whoever, or whatever, was on the other side of the door was not going to leave. Jenna's mind raced. Every thought scrambled and tangled in the chaos of fear. What should she do? Should she open the door? Could it be her parents, somehow? Maybe it was all just a twisted coincidence. But something in the back of her mind screamed at her that it wasn't. She quickly glanced at her phone, hoping, praying, that the call had gone through. But the screen remained blank. No signal. She was alone. The voice continued, now almost a whisper against the doorframe. "Jenna, it's me. You have to let me in." Her breath hitched in her throat. She knew it wasn't her parents. She would have recognized their voices, no matter how distorted the phone signal was. This voice had an edge to it. It was wrong. And then the unsettling thought crossed her mind. How did it know her name? A shiver crawled up her spine, making her feel cold all over again. Something was terribly, terribly wrong. She couldn't let it in, but what if? What if it was someone who needed help? What if it was someone in danger? No. The basement. The figure. The eyes. A knot tightened in her stomach, and the whispering voice seemed to grow louder, more desperate, more insistent. Let me in, Jenna. I'm right here. I'm waiting. She couldn't do it. Her hand dropped from the doorknob, and she backed away slowly, her eyes still fixed on the door, as if she expected it to burst open at any second. But it didn't. The knocks stopped. The voice stopped. Silence. It was almost worse than the sound. The house was eerily quiet now, the tension thick and suffocating, filling the air like a storm waiting to break. Jenna stood in the middle of the living room, her breath shallow, her chest tight, her mind racing. Should she call the police? But what would she say? That something, was at her door, and it sounded like it came from the basement. The light above flickered, and Jenna's heart skipped again. She turned toward the hallway, as if expecting something to appear out of the shadows. The front door was locked. The basement door was locked. Everything was secure. Or so she thought. Jenna's fingers curled into fists, nails digging into her palms as she tried to gather her thoughts. It didn't make sense. None of it did. How could the thing from the basement be at the door? Had it followed her upstairs? Did it know she was in the house? What was it? She could hear her own breathing in the thick silence, every sound magnified by the oppressive quiet of the house. For a moment, she thought she heard something else. Something subtle, just outside the edge of her hearing. The soft creak of the floorboards from upstairs, followed by a slow, dragging sound. It was back. It had followed her. Her feet moved before she even realized it, taking her to the staircase leading to the second floor. She didn't want to go up there. She didn't want to see what waited for her in the dark, but her body moved as if it were controlled by some force outside of her control. She had to know. She had to see for herself what was happening. The flashlight, still clutched tightly in her hand, flickered as she ascended the stairs. The beam of light danced over the walls, illuminating the worn wallpaper and faded pictures. Every step creaked beneath her, a hollow sound that seemed to reverberate through the entire house. The upper floor was quieter than the one below, but the weight of the silence was suffocating. The strange feeling of being watched pressed down on her chest. It was as though the house itself had come alive, its very walls aware of her fear. She tried to ignore the sensation, focusing on the steps ahead, each one pulling her closer to the source of her unease. Jenna reached the top of the stairs and stood there for a moment, her breath coming in shallow gasps. The hallway stretched before her, each door leading to an empty room. Her room, the guest room, the bathroom. But all the doors were closed, except for one. The door at the far end of the hallway, the one that led to the attic, was slightly ajar. Jenna had never dared to go into the attic, but the thought of it sent a wave of nausea through her. It was one of those things you never thought about until you did. And she had never, not once, left that door open. Her heart pounded in her chest as she approached the door. It was as though someone, was calling her. No, that was impossible. She had to be imagining things. There was no one else in the house. She was alone. But the feeling of unease grew, intensified as she reached the door. The hairs on the back of her neck stood on end. Jenna stood there for a moment, staring at the crack between the door and the frame. The darkness on the other side seemed to stretch toward her, hungry, as if something in that attic was waiting for her. Something or someone. And then she heard it. The faint sound of breathing, low and slow, like someone was standing just beyond the door, waiting. It wasn't her imagination. The breathing was real. She pushed the door open with trembling hands, her eyes straining in the darkness beyond. But there was nothing there. The attic was empty, save for the piles of old boxes and discarded furniture. Still, something was wrong. The air in the attic was thick, stale, as though it hadn't been disturbed in years. But the breath, someone had been here. Someone still was. Jenna didn't even realize she was moving until she was standing in the center of the attic. Her flashlight flickered once again, casting an eerie glow over the room. Shadows seemed to stretch out from the corners, twisting and writhing as if alive. She swallowed hard, trying to keep her composure. But then her gaze fell on something, a shape lying in the far corner of the room. It was a box, but it was unlike the others. This one was covered in strange symbols, written in a language she didn't recognize. The box was old, ancient even, its edges worn and frayed, and something inside it rattled, as though something, or someone, was trying to escape. The breath in her chest caught again, and then the attic door slammed shut behind her. The sound of the attic door slamming shut behind her felt like the world collapsing in on itself. Jenna spun around, her heart leaping into her throat. The door was now sealed tight. No sign of a draft, no whisper of the wind. It was simply shut. The click of the latch echoed in the vast, cold room, and her breath quickened in response. She wasn't alone anymore. She couldn't even see the dim light from the hallway through the crack of the door. The room had swallowed her whole. A suffocating silence settled over her, broken only by the faint sound of her own panicked breathing. The flashlight in her trembling hand flickered again, the light swaying erratically as she tried to steady her nerves. But it was useless. The beam was weak, barely illuminating the dark corners of the attic. Shadows seemed to move, shift, and writhe just out of her reach. What was happening to her? Why couldn't she escape? Her eyes involuntarily drifted back to the strange box at the far corner of the room, the one covered in symbols. There was something undeniably wrong about it. Something ancient and forbidding. It called to her in ways she didn't understand. It felt like the box knew her, like it had been waiting for her to find it, as if it had been placed there specifically for her to open. She wasn't supposed to go near it. Every fiber of her being screamed at her to turn around and leave, to break down the door and run back into the safety of the rest of the house. But something about that box, something about the rattling inside of it, held her captive. With slow, cautious steps, Jenna began to approach. Each footfall seemed to echo loudly in the attic, reverberating off the wooden beams above her head. The box was old, the wood cracked and weathered. The symbols carved into its surface were unlike anything she had ever seen, twisting, flowing designs that almost seemed to shift when she wasn't looking directly at them. She couldn't make sense of them. They didn't belong to any language she knew, but somehow she felt them. The symbols pressed against her mind, burrowing deeper with each passing second. Her fingers hovered over the box, trembling with a fear she couldn't fully comprehend. Her breath was shallow, the air in the attic feeling colder with every movement. The rattling inside the box grew louder, more frantic, as though whatever was trapped inside was desperate to get out. Jenna hesitated, her heart hammering in her chest, and she almost pulled away. But then, the sounds of the box stopped. A thick silence followed. And then, without warning, the box shifted, slightly, but enough to confirm that whatever was inside was alive. Jenna gasped, stumbling backward, the flashlight slipping from her grip and tumbling to the floor. The world around her blurred in a haze of panic as she scrambled to get her bearings. The flashlight's beam caught the corner of the room, casting long, twisted shadows, but the box was still moving. Slowly, the lid began to rise, and then she saw it. At first, it was a shadow, a blur in the dim light, but as the lid continued to inch open, a pair of eyes appeared. They were wide, round, and black as night. Their gaze locked onto hers, and for a brief moment, Jenna felt as though she were falling into an abyss. It wasn't just the eyes. It was everything about it. The presence behind those eyes, something ancient and otherworldly. Something that should never have been awakened. The air grew even colder, suffocating her. The sound of the box rattling had intensified, a low growl now mixing with the sounds of the lid creaking open. There was something wrong about the creature emerging from the box. It wasn't human. It wasn't even alive in the way she understood life. It was wrong. Jenna's mind raced, her instincts screaming at her to run. But her body betrayed her, frozen to the spot, her eyes locked with the creature as it slowly emerged from its prison. It was tall, too tall, and thin, its limbs unnaturally long and spindly, twisted in a way that seemed to defy the laws of nature. Its skin was a sickly grayish, green, stretched tight over its bones. But it wasn't just the way it looked, it was how it moved. It didn't walk, it slithered, its body coiling in unnatural ways, shifting with disturbing ease. Its eyelids, those endless, black eyes, held her in place, compelling her to stay rooted in the attic. There was a hunger in those eyes, something beyond comprehension. Suddenly, the creature stopped moving, standing completely still. For a brief moment, Jenna thought it was merely a figment of her imagination. Perhaps it was the fear warping her perception. Perhaps she was hallucinating. But then, the thing blinked. It wasn't just the movement. It was how slowly it blinked, as though savoring every moment of its existence. A voice, hoarse and gurgling, filled the attic. It was a whisper, a hiss that seemed to crawl into her mind rather than her ears. The words were distorted, incomprehensible, but the intent behind them was clear. It wanted her. She was its prize. Jenna's legs finally obeyed, and she spun around, her body surging into action. She slammed her fist against the attic door, screaming, banging, begging to be set free. But it was useless. The door wouldn't budge. She could feel it. The creature was still watching her, its gaze burrowing into her very soul, making it impossible to escape. Her panic surged to a new height, and she backed away from the door, looking frantically for an exit, anything that could help her escape. The attic was a labyrinth of old furniture, forgotten belongings, and dust-covered sheets. But the creature was closer now. She could hear it, the sound of its joints cracking, its body bending in grotesque angles as it inched closer. Its movements were hypnotic, almost as though it were playing with her, toying with her fear. She darted toward the far side of the room, trying to find something, anything, that could help her, but the attic was closing in. The walls felt as if they were closing around her, the shadows stretching longer and more oppressive with every step. Then, suddenly, she stumbled upon something in the corner, a forgotten object beneath a torn cloth. Her heart leaped into her throat when she realized what it was. A key, a large, rusted key, hidden under the dust and rubble. It had to be the key to the attic door. Without thinking, Jenna grabbed it, turning it in her shaking hands, and ran for the door, barely pausing to register what was happening. She shoved the key into the lock, feeling the cold metal bite into her palm, and turned it. The door clicked open. A split second later, she was out of the attic, her breath ragged, her legs carrying her down the stairs with a speed she didn't know she had. She didn't stop to look back. The creature was still up there. She could feel it, its presence lingering, reaching out to her from above. It wanted her. It wouldn't stop. She needed to leave. Jenna's heart was a frantic drumbeat in her chest as she barreled down the stairs, her feet barely touching the steps as she fled the attic. The hallway blurred before her, the sound of her panicked breath the only thing she could hear, drowning out everything else. She had to get out. She had to escape. The living room stretched out in front of her, but she didn't stop. She couldn't. The back door. She needed to reach the back door. The front door had been locked when she had checked earlier, and she hadn't dared go near the basement again. She couldn't even imagine what might be waiting for her down there now, after the nightmarish experience she had just gone through. But the back door, it was always open, always accessible. It had to be her way out. Her hand was already reaching for the doorknob when something stopped her, a sound. It came from upstairs, loud, unmistakable, a thud, then another, and then more, faster, almost as if the thing was running down the stairs chasing her. She froze. No. This couldn't be happening. It was supposed to be over. She was supposed to be free. The creature. It had followed her down. Somehow, it had escaped the attic, and now it was here, hunting her. A chill washed over her, colder than anything she'd ever felt before, as if the very air in the house had turned against her. She turned toward the stairs, her eyes wide, and for a brief moment, she considered running to the basement. There was a small window down there, one she might be able to squeeze through. Maybe she could make it out. But something told her that the basement was no longer a safe haven. It was where the creature had come from, where it had been hiding all this time. There was no escaping it. No matter where she went, it would find her. Her hand trembled on the doorknob as she pulled it open. The sound of creaking wood slicing through the tension filled silence. The back door was open, just as she had hoped. She could hear the distant hum of the wind, the rustling of leaves outside, and for a brief, fleeting moment, it felt like the world hadn't changed. She could escape. She could be free. But she didn't make it outside. She barely made it 2 steps when the house seemed to shift. It was as if the entire structure groaned and sighed, its walls closing in around her. She felt it in the air, the oppressive weight of something terrible watching, waiting for her to make a mistake. The lights above flickered and buzzed, casting harsh, stuttering shadows across the floor. Her breath hitched in her chest as she turned back, her gaze flicking toward the stairs once again. The thudding sound was growing louder now, closer, almost on top of her. The creature was coming. Jenna knew she couldn't outrun it. She couldn't outsmart it. It was something far older, far more terrifying than anything she had ever encountered. But there was one thing she could do: hide. Her eyes darted around the room, searching for any hiding place, any refuge. She wasn't sure why her mind went straight to the basement. It was the last place she wanted to be, the last place she could fathom going. But something inside her told her that it was the only option left. If she could just make it to the basement, she might be able to hide long enough to think of a plan. Maybe she could barricade herself inside. But as she ran toward the door leading to the basement, she heard it, the unmistakable sound of something crawling, dragging itself across the floor. Closer. Jenna's heart skipped a beat as her hand gripped the basement door handle. She pulled it open and rushed inside, slamming the door behind her. The darkness of the basement enveloped her like a thick blanket, choking off the last of the light from the upstairs. The door didn't latch properly. It hung there, slightly ajar, and for the briefest moment, Jenna thought she saw a shadow, long and thin, looming in the crack. She backed away from the door, her breath shallow, her hands slick with sweat. The basement smelled of mildew and rot, of damp earth and forgotten things. The flashlight in her hand was weak, its beam cutting through the darkness in uneven waves, but it was all she had. She moved deeper into the basement, trying to ignore the sense of something being wrong. There were old boxes piled in the corner, some covered with sheets, some open and spilling their contents onto the floor. A rusted filing cabinet sat against the far wall, its drawers slightly ajar, as though someone had rifled through it in a hurry. The basement was a maze of forgotten objects, things that belonged to no one. But there was something else in here, something newer, something out of place. Jenna's flashlight flickered once more, and she could barely make out a shape against the far wall. A door she had never seen before. It was small, almost hidden, tucked away behind a pile of old furniture. It wasn't part of the house. It couldn't be. Her hand shook as she moved closer. The door was made of rough, weathered wood, and a strange, ominous symbol was carved into it, an eye, wide and hollow, staring back at her. Her breath caught in her throat as she traced her fingers over the symbol. It was cold to the touch, sending a shiver down her spine. She shouldn't open it. She knew she shouldn't. But she couldn't stop herself. What if there was something in there that could help her? What if it was a way out? Jenna slowly gripped the handle and turned it. The door creaked open, revealing a narrow, dimly lit passageway that seemed to stretch farther than the house should have allowed. She hesitated at the threshold, staring into the dark hallway beyond. The air was thick with dust, and the smell of decay was stronger here. But the passage didn't seem to lead anywhere, just deeper into the house, into something more. Hidden. Her instincts screamed at her to turn around, to leave the basement and never look back. But she stepped inside anyway, her feet moving almost against her will. The door slammed shut behind her with a deafening crash, and the lights went out. Complete darkness. Jenna fumbled for the flashlight, her breath quickening, her hands trembling. But the flashlight was dead. The beam had gone out with the rest of the light, leaving her in a suffocating void. She stood there, frozen. The air in the passage was thick and oppressive, suffocating her with each breath she took. The walls seemed to close in around her, as though the house itself was alive, and it didn't want her to leave. And then, she heard it again, the sound of something following her, the low, dragging noise. The faintest whisper of a step, closer than before. Whatever was behind her wasn't alone. It had never been alone. Jenna's pulse was deafening in her ears, every thump a reminder of her desperation. The darkness pressed in around her, suffocating her from every side. She fumbled with the dead flashlight in her hands, her fingers trembling so badly that she could barely keep a grip on it. Every instinct screamed at her to run, but the passageway stretched on before her, an endless tunnel of shadows that seemed to warp and distort the space itself. She couldn't see a thing. She didn't even know where the door was anymore, how far back it was, or if it had even been real. It felt like the house had swallowed her whole. The air was thick with a musty, dank smell. The kind of stale odor that clung to forgotten places, to things that had been shut away from the world for too long. But it wasn't just the smell that was unsettling. There was something else, something heavier in the air, a presence that seemed to curl around her like a suffocating fog. And then it came again, the dragging sound. It was faint at first, so faint that Jenna could almost convince herself it was just her mind playing tricks on her. But no, it came again, louder this time. A scraping noise, like fingers dragging across the stone floor. Closer, closer. She could hear the uneven rhythm of it now, a low, guttural noise, like something dragging itself through the passage. Her breath caught in her throat. The realization hit her all at once. It was following her. Something was behind her, crawling, dragging itself through the dark, moving at a pace just slow enough to let her hear it, but not close enough to see. Jenna's mind went into overdrive. She had to get out of this passage, out of this house. She had to escape, but the tunnel, this narrow, claustrophobic space, had no clear end. The walls were too close, the air too thick, the darkness too complete. She couldn't turn around. She couldn't look behind her. Still, the scraping grew louder, like nails on a chalkboard, like bones grinding together. She squeezed her eyes shut, as if shutting herself off from the horror that she could not escape. She ran, her feet stumbling over uneven ground, as she hurtled forward. moving blindly through the narrow corridor. She didn't know how long she had been running, but it felt like forever. The air in the passage grew colder, and the sound of the dragging grew louder, closer, as if whatever was pursuing her was gaining ground. Suddenly, Jenna's foot caught on something, some invisible obstacle, and she tumbled forward. She gasped in pain as her knees collided with the cold stone floor. For a moment, she lay there, stunned, unable to move. But the sound didn't stop. The scraping continued, closer now, almost right behind her. Panic surged through her veins like wildfire, and she scrambled to her feet, using the stone walls for support as she pressed forward. The dark passage twisted and turned, but she couldn't stop. She couldn't slow down. I'm going to die here. The thought repeated over and over in her mind like a mantra. A desperate chant that she couldn't silence. She couldn't hear her own breath over the pounding of her heart in her ears, each beat making her feel more and more suffocated. And then, finally, she saw it. A dim light ahead, faint but real. She wasn't imagining it. She had reached the end of the passage. Jenna sprinted toward it, the walls growing tighter and tighter as the passage narrowed. But just as her outstretched hand reached the light, her world went dark again. A deafening thud echoed through the corridor, the sound of a heavy body hitting the ground. Jenna froze, her blood running cold. The dragging sound stopped abruptly, replaced by the unmistakable sound of something breathing. Breathing. The thing had caught up to her. She dared not move. She dared not breathe. The darkness in front of her was complete now, as if the light had been snuffed out completely. The air seemed to pulse with an unnatural force, thick and suffocating. And then came the sound she feared most, the soft, eerie whisper of a voice that she had heard only once before. A voice she recognized all too well. Jenna. It was the creature's voice. Low, gravelly. The words weren't spoken, they were felt, crawling under her skin, sending waves of ice through her veins. The voice was so close now, so close that she could feel its breath on the back of her neck. She wanted to scream, to cry out, but no sound came from her mouth. Her throat was dry, her voice stolen by the weight of fear. Her legs locked, her muscles frozen in place, her body betraying her. The voice came again, this time even closer, sending chills down her spine. I'm here, Jenna. Don't be afraid. I've been waiting for you. Her pulse quickened, and for the first time since the moment she had entered this forsaken house, she understood the truth of it all. This thing was no accident. It had been following her since she first stepped foot inside the house. It had been in the basement, in the shadows, waiting. It had always been here. But it didn't just want to chase her. It didn't want to kill her, not yet. It wanted her to suffer. Suddenly, Jenna found herself moving again, her body moving on its own. An instinctual reaction to the terror that surrounded her. She reached the end of the passage, her hand brushing against a cold, rusted door handle. Desperation pushed her forward, and she shoved the door open with all her strength. For a moment there was nothing, just emptiness, blackness, silence. And then the door slammed shut behind her, cutting off the creature's presence for the moment. She turned around, her breath ragged, her chest tight, trying to understand where she was. The room was dimly lit, flickering with a weak, intermittent light from a single bulb hanging from the ceiling. It was a large, cavernous room. Nothing like the narrow, suffocating passage she had just run through. The walls were old stone, cracked and crumbling. Piles of debris lay scattered across the floor, debris she didn't want to examine too closely. She didn't have time to think. There was no time. Her head snapped toward the far corner of the room. Something caught her eye. At first, it was too dark to make out, but as her eyes adjusted, she saw a shape that shouldn't be there, a figure, a silhouette barely visible against the shadows. The figure stood motionless like a statue, its head tilted slightly, its eyes hidden beneath the low brim of a wide, shadowy hat. A soft, ragged breath escaped from its chest, and then it spoke. "Welcome to the end, Jenna." The words came like a whisper in the wind, but they were clear as day. The voice was familiar, almost comforting in a way she didn't understand. And then she realized. It was the figure from the basement, the thing that had been waiting for her. It was the creature's master. The room felt like a tomb, suffocating in its silence. Jenna's breath echoed around her, and every instinct screamed at her to run, to flee, but her feet wouldn't obey. Her mind swirled in confusion, trying to piece together what had just happened. The creature, the thing, had followed her. It had chased her down that narrow passage, closer than she had ever imagined. But now, here she stood, in a room she didn't recognize, facing a figure that seemed to melt into the shadows, too still to be human. The figure didn't move, but its presence was undeniable. It was as though the darkness in the room itself had come alive, shaped into the form of a man, or something pretending to be one. Jenna's heart hammered in her chest, every pulse a jarring reminder of the peril she was in. The light from the dangling bulb swung above her, casting strange, flickering shadows on the stone walls. But it wasn't the shadows that unnerved her. It was the figure in the corner, standing perfectly still, waiting, watching. "Welcome to the end, Jenna," the figure had said, its voice smooth, like velvet, but twisted in a way that made the hairs on her neck rise. The words hung in the air like a curse, reverberating off the stone walls, sinking into her skin. The voice wasn't just speaking to her, it was speaking through her. Jenna opened her mouth to speak, but no words came out. The terror was too great, too overwhelming, for her to form coherent thoughts. She took a step backward, but her legs felt weak, like they might give out any second. She couldn't breathe. She couldn't move. She was frozen. The figure in the corner slowly began to move, its movements fluid, almost serpentine. It stepped into the dim light, and Jenna could finally see its features. The man, or creature, was tall, towering over her with a thin, angular frame. His skin was pale, almost translucent, as though it hadn't seen the sun in centuries. His eyes, however, were what truly caught her attention. They were black. Not just dark, but deep, endless voids that swallowed any light. They weren't just eyes, they were wells of darkness, consuming her every thought. The figure tilted its head, its lips curling into something that might have been a smile, but it wasn't warm. It was predatory. "You've been so curious, haven't you, Jenna?" Jenna's breath caught in her throat. Curiosity. What was he talking about? She had just been trying to survive. She had just been trying to get out of this nightmare. "You thought you could run." The figure continued, its voice dripping with amusement. "But there's no escape from the truth, no escape from what's waiting for you." Her body trembled. Was this some kind of dream? A hallucination? Had she lost her mind? But everything felt too real. The cold stone beneath her feet, the oppressive darkness, the feeling of something, no, someone, watching her, knowing her. She could feel it in her bones. This wasn't some fevered nightmare. This was real. The figure took another step forward, and Jenna instinctively took a step back. "I know you're scared," it said, its tone shifting, as if it were savoring her fear. "I've been watching you. You've always been afraid. But you're not afraid of the right things." Jenna's head spun. Watching her? What did he mean? She had never seen this creature before. She had never even known this room existed. She wasn't scared of the right things. What was this thing? "I can feel your fear," it purred. "I can taste it." Jenna's body jerked involuntarily, and she pressed herself into the stone wall, her breathing coming in short gasps. She felt sick, like her entire body was betraying her. She needed to get away, but there was nowhere to go. She needed to find a way out, to escape. But the figure's presence seemed to grow stronger the more she struggled, as if the darkness itself was pulling her in, suffocating her. "You've always been alone, haven't you?" it asked. "That's why you came here, wasn't it? To be alone, to hide from the world." The figure took another slow step toward her. "But you can't hide forever." Jenna, her chest tightened, the air thickening as if the walls themselves were closing in on her. "Ooh, who are you?" she managed to choke out, her voice barely a whisper, her throat dry. The figure tilted its head again, its expression unreadable. "Who am I? Who am I?" It chuckled softly, a sound that sent a shiver down her spine. "I'm the one who has been waiting. Waiting for you to come back. Waiting for the one who would understand." Jenna's pulse raced. Understand. She shook her head in disbelief. "I don't understand any of this. What do you want from me?" The figure smiled again, its eyes dark and unblinking. "What I want, Jenna, is simple. I want you to embrace it." Jenna's confusion deepened. "Embrace what? What are you talking about?" The figure moved closer still, its shadow swallowing her whole. "You've always known, deep down. You felt it, haven't you? The pull. The urge." Its voice dropped to a whisper. "You felt the shadows calling to you. The darkness inside of you, growing stronger, inching closer. This place, this house, is where it all began. The curse. The pact. And now, it's your turn to complete it." Jenna recoiled, her eyes wide with terror. A pact? What did that mean? Was this some kind of ritual? She was caught in a web spun over decades. Centuries, maybe more. There was something about this house, something about her that she hadn't understood until now. Something twisted. Something dark. She felt a deep, knowing fear that went beyond just her life. It went to the core of who she was. I don't want any part of this," she gasped, shaking her head. "I just want to leave." The figure's smile widened, and it took another step forward, filling the space between them. "You can't leave. Not now. Not when you've already started this journey." Jenna's mind reeled. She had to get away. She had to get out of here. But how? The figure raised its hand slowly, as if savoring the moment. "You're not going anywhere, Jenna. Not until you understand. Not until you see." Without warning, the ground beneath her feet shifted. A low rumble reverberated through the room, vibrating through her very bones. Jenna's eyes widened in horror as the walls of the room began to twist, distorting and stretching as though the house itself was alive, bending to the will of the figure. The room was changing. The darkness deepened. Something ancient and malevolent was waking up around her. Jenna's legs gave out beneath her, and she fell to the floor, her hands scrambling for something. Anything. Solid to hold on to. But the stone was slick with sweat, slick with something else. She was trapped. The walls closed in tighter, the shadows growing, stretching like fingers, reaching for her. The figure's eyes burned into her soul. "You'll understand soon enough," it whispered. And then, the world went black. Jenna's mind was numb. Every ounce of her strength had drained from her body in that single, crushing moment. The shadows had consumed everything. She had no control, no strength, no hope. Her head felt heavy. Her body cold, as though she were sinking into some otherworldly void, an abyss where light had no place, where time itself didn't exist. The figure's voice was the last thing she heard before everything went black. "You'll understand soon enough." But understand what? What was she supposed to understand? What had she gotten herself tangled in? The thought echoed in her mind as she sank deeper into the darkness. When Jenna's eyes opened again, she was no longer on the cold stone floor of the room. She wasn't even in the room anymore. The ground beneath her was warm, the air thick with the scent of something ancient, something decayed. Her surroundings were unfamiliar. She was surrounded by a landscape of writhing shadows, a world that seemed to stretch endlessly into infinity. It wasn't the house. Not anymore. This place was wrong, impossibly wrong. The ground beneath her was a mixture of dirt and something wetter, sticky. Her hands recoiled instinctively from the earth. But it felt like it was clinging to her, binding her to this place. She tried to stand, her knees weak, but when she moved, the earth groaned beneath her, as though reacting to her presence. The shadows, still thick and all-encompassing, seemed to shift and pulse, as if the very air was alive with an unseen force. There were no stars in the sky, no moon, only endless darkness, broken by flickers of twisted shapes and forms that seemed to stretch and grow as though they were watching her. Where am I? The thought was the only thing she could focus on. Her head spun. Her breath came in shallow gasps, but the air felt thick, oppressive, as though each breath was harder to take. She wasn't alone, though. She could feel it. Something else was here, something in the shadows, something in the distance. Then she heard it. A whisper, low and insistent. Jenna. Her heart skipped a beat. She recognized that voice. It was the same voice from the basement. The same voice that had lured her into this nightmare. But now it was different. Now it was inside her head. The ground beneath her trembled again, and the whisper grew louder, closer. She spun around, her eyes wide with panic. Who's there? Her voice cracked, her throat sore from the dry air. Out of the darkness, something emerged. Slowly, unhurried, as if it were waiting for her to see it. At first, it was a shadow, just a silhouette against the blackness, but then, as it stepped into the dim light, Jenna saw it clearly. It was the figure from the house, the same creature. Its eyes, those black, endless voids, were fixed on her, pulling her in like a gravitational force. Its thin, gaunt frame twisted unnaturally as it moved toward her, its limbs elongated and grotesque, its every step a mocking echo in the oppressive silence. Jenna took a step back, her body trembling. But the creature didn't stop. It moved closer, and with each step, the ground beneath her feet seemed to shift and groan in response. Why? Jenna gasped, her voice barely a whisper. Why are you doing this? The figure tilted its head, an expression of amusement, or perhaps something more sinister, crossing its face. It didn't speak at first. Instead, it reached out slowly, its long fingers extending like claws, and brushed a strand of Jenna's hair from her face. You don't understand, do you? It said softly, its voice colder than any wind she had ever felt. You're part of something much older than you realize. You always have been. Jenna's heart hammered in her chest, and she shook her head, backing away from the creature. No, I don't know what you're talking about. I don't want to be part of anything. I just want to leave. The creature smiled, its lips twisting into a grotesque grin. Leave? You can't leave. Not now. Not after you've found it. The shadows around them stirred, almost as if the creature's words were causing the very air to react. The darkness seemed to bend and sway, moving closer, like an army of invisible forces gathering around her, trapping her in place. Jenna's mind raced. What was it talking about? What had she found? She hadn't found anything, had she? And then it hit her. The box in the basement, the strange symbols, the whispers in the dark. That thing, whatever it was, she had opened it. She had awoken it. And now she was paying the price. You opened the door? Jenna, the creature continued, its voice dripping with satisfaction. You let it out. You released the curse. Jenna's stomach dropped. The curse? She didn't understand. What curse? She didn't even believe in curses. This was real, though. This was happening. The creature took another step forward. This place, this world you found yourself in, it's part of the pact. You're not meant to escape. You're meant to stay, just like all the others before you. The words echoed in her mind, each one heavier than the last. All the others before you. The realization hit her like a ton of bricks. She wasn't the first. She wasn't the first to stumble upon this place, to find herself in the grasp of this thing. No, there had been others. Many others. People like her. People who had unwittingly opened the door, invited whatever this creature was into their world, only to be consumed by it. Jenna's vision blurred, and she staggered, gripping her head in both hands. "I didn't mean to," she began, but the words caught in her throat. "You never do," the creature said, its voice suddenly harsh, cruel. "You never mean to, but you always end up doing it. Just like the rest. Just like all the others." The ground beneath her feet shifted again, and Jenna felt her body being pulled, dragged downward, as though the earth itself was rejecting her. The shadows grew closer, curling around her legs, her arms, wrapping around her like chains. "Stop! Stop!" she screamed, but the darkness didn't listen. It was too powerful. The shadows swallowed her, drowning out the light, drowning out her cries. The last thing she saw before everything went black again was the figure's eyes, those dark, empty voids staring down at her with satisfaction. "You've come home. Jenna. Welcome back." Jenna woke with a start, her body jerking upright as the oppressive darkness pressed down around her. The cold, wet earth beneath her felt real, too real. Her skin was clammy, and her breath came in short, frantic gasps. She was back in that endless void. The shadows swirled around her, coiling like serpents, twisting in unnatural patterns that made her dizzy. She wiped the cold sweat from her forehead, her hands trembling, and tried to make sense of her surroundings. This wasn't the same place she had been moments ago. The vast, shadowy expanse that had surrounded her before now felt different, like something had shifted. It was still dark, but the air felt heavier, more suffocating, as if she were being dragged into the depths of something alive. Something older than she could possibly understand. Her heart pounded in her chest, echoing in her ears, as she slowly rose to her feet, her legs shaky. The whispers, the soft, eerie murmurs that had haunted her every step since this nightmare began, had returned, growing louder, more insistent. They circled around her, a dozen voices speaking in unison. Yet none of them made any sense. They were fragments of words, incoherent, broken thoughts that swirled in her mind like an endless whirlpool. "Jenna, Jenna, come closer." The voices faded into silence as quickly as they had appeared, and the shadows around her began to move again. But this time, they weren't just passive onlookers. They were reaching for her, stretching toward her with long, twisted limbs of darkness. She could feel the cold, invisible fingers brushing against her skin, and instinctively, she stepped back, trying to avoid their touch. But there was nowhere to go. The space around her seemed endless. She was trapped. She had no direction, no escape. The shadows were closing in on her, the thick air pressing tighter and tighter against her chest. Panic surged through her, a cold, icy terror that spread through her limbs, paralyzing her. Where was it? The creature. She couldn't see it, but she could feel it. She could sense its presence in the very fabric of the darkness. It was here. She wasn't alone, and it was waiting. Her breath came faster now, ragged gasps of fear that scraped against her throat. She had to get out. There had to be a way out. But no matter how she moved, the shadows kept closing in, like they were pulling her down into the depths, into the nothingness. Then, suddenly, a sound broke through the suffocating silence. It was a soft scraping noise, like something dragging against the earth. It was faint at first, but it grew louder, more pronounced. The shadows shifted as the noise approached, and Jenna's eyes widened in horror as she realized what it was. The creature. She didn't see it, not yet, but she could feel it, its presence like a suffocating weight bearing down on her. The dragging noise grew closer, and then she heard a voice. Low, deep, almost a growl, but with an edge of something more sinister. "Jenna." The voice was a guttural whisper, and though it was soft, it sent a shock of terror down her spine. "You cannot escape. She spun around, her eyes frantically searching the shadows, but there was nothing, nothing except the dark, twisting void. And then, in an instant, it was there. The figure. It emerged from the darkness like a nightmare made flesh, its thin, elongated form twisting and contorting with unnatural ease. Its limbs stretched and twisted, snapping into grotesque angles as it crawled toward her. The darkness seemed to shift and bend around it, as though the very air was warping to its will. The figure's eyes, those black, endless pits, were fixed on her, drawing her in. Jenna's breath caught in her throat as it stepped forward, its every movement like a predator closing in on its prey. She couldn't run. She couldn't move. The creature stopped a few feet from her, its body still and unnervingly calm. Its smile, the twisted, inhuman grin it wore, was stretched wide, as if it found great amusement in her fear. And then, it spoke. "You've made it this far," it said, its voice raspy, full of dark satisfaction. "You've opened the door. You've allowed it to be set free." Jenna's pulse raced, but she couldn't respond. She couldn't form words. Her mind was a blur, and all she could focus on was the creature standing before her, towering over her in the infinite void. "I've been waiting for you, Jenna," it continued, its voice a mixture of amusement and something darker, something deeper. "For so long, and now you'll understand. You'll finally see the truth." The creature's eyes gleamed with an unnatural hunger as it slowly stepped closer. Jenna's body trembled as it moved. She wanted to scream, to run, but her body wouldn't obey. She was frozen in place, caught in its gaze, as if its very presence was locking her in an unbreakable chain. "Do you feel it, Jenna?" it asked, its voice now a low murmur. "The darkness, the power, it's always been here, and now you're part of it." The figure's smile widened, and Jenna felt a surge of cold wash over her as it leaned down, its face inches from hers. "You'll never leave this place. Not now. Not after you've opened the door. No." Jenna whispered, the word barely leaving her lips as her mind struggled to process the horror unfolding around her. I didn't mean to. I didn't want this." The creature let out a low laugh, a sound that echoed through the shadows. "It doesn't matter what you want, Jenna. It never has." The shadows around her seemed to grow darker, thicker, like a blanket being draped over her. The air turned ice, cold, suffocating her. She could barely breathe. The weight of the darkness was pressing down on her chest, her ribs aching with the effort to draw in air. "You're part of it now," the creature whispered, its voice low and rasping. "And soon, you'll understand everything. You'll see what you've become." Jenna felt her body grow weaker. The shadows closed in on her, and her vision blurred. Her limbs grew heavy, and it felt like the earth beneath her was pulling her down, dragging her into the darkness. The creature was right. She was part of it now. She had opened the door. She had set something free, and now there was no going back. The last thing she heard before everything faded into oblivion was the creature's voice, soft and dark. "Welcome to your eternity, Jenna." Jenna felt like she was drowning. She had no idea how long she had been in the dark, but time didn't seem to matter here. The suffocating weight of the shadows pressed on her chest, each breath harder to take than the last. She couldn't tell whether she was still on the ground or floating in some other world. Her mind was clouded, thoughts twisted and half-formed, her body numb. The darkness around her was complete, a thick, heavy veil that smothered every trace of light. Her heart pounded in her ears, the rhythmic thumping a lifeline that kept her tethered to the world, however distant it felt. It wasn't just fear that made her heart race. It was the realization that the creature, whatever it was, had lied to her. She wasn't alone. She could feel it in the air, the presence of something, someone else, lurking in the blackness. And yet it wasn't a presence of flesh and bone. No, this was something older, something ancient, Its awareness seemed to seep into her very soul, as though it had always been there, waiting. Had it always been there? Her mind tried to claw its way through the fog, pushing back against the terror, the sensation of being hunted. She forced herself to focus. If she didn't understand what was happening, she would be consumed by it, as those before her had been. The thought of it made her stomach twist with nausea, but she had to keep going. She had to try. The last words the creature had spoken echoed in her mind. You're part of it now, and soon you'll understand everything. Understand what? What was she supposed to see? What was she supposed to understand? Suddenly, there was a sharp pull in the air. A shift in the oppressive silence, as though the darkness itself was breathing. Jenna's eyes snapped open, though she could see nothing. The very fabric of the darkness seemed to vibrate, thickening around her, and the weight of it seemed to drag her downward, deeper into whatever abyss this place had become. And then, a single light flickered. It was dim at first, a soft glow cutting through the heavy veil of shadow. It wasn't much, but it was enough. Jenna's body instinctively moved toward it, drawn like a moth to a flame. She pushed through the fog that clouded her mind, her hands reaching out, desperate to find something solid, something that would anchor her to this strange, terrifying world. The light grew brighter, and with it, the oppressive darkness seemed to pull back, retreating from her. She could feel it. Something was changing. Something was shifting in the air, and with it a sense of presence. But it wasn't the creature this time. No, this was something else. Something more alive. And then she saw it. It wasn't a figure in the way the creature had been, but it was a presence nonetheless. A form, but not in the traditional sense. The light that had appeared before her revealed a mass of swirling, ever-moving darkness, like a cloud of smoke or mist. But within that mass, shapes were forming. Slowly, impossibly. The darkness began to flesh out into something more recognizable. Jenna's breath caught in her throat as the shape became clearer. It was a woman made of darkness, her body twisted and unnatural, as though she were part of the very fabric of the shadows themselves. Her skin was an absence of light, shifting like liquid darkness. Her eyes, when they turned toward Jenna, were not eyes at all but deep, infinite voids, much like the creature's. But these eyes felt more human, more familiar. They were filled with something that Jenna couldn't quite understand. She stepped forward, her feet moving cautiously, instinctively, as though the darkness was guiding her. The figure did not speak, but its presence was undeniable, filling the space like an oppressive weight. The woman was both terrifying and beautiful in her own right, like the night sky, vast and unknowable. Who are you? Jenna whispered, her voice weak, trembling. The woman's gaze was soft, but there was something deep within her eyes that made Jenna's heart race. The figure reached out, her fingers slender and ethereal, touching the space between them as though measuring the distance. I was once like you. The woman's voice echoed in Jenna's mind, a voice that didn't come from her mouth, but instead from everywhere. It was clear and soft, but filled with the weight of centuries, lost, broken, searching for something to fill the emptiness. Jenna's mind reeled, like me. She was still trying to make sense of what was happening, but the woman's words felt real, felt important. The woman's presence grew stronger as she moved closer, the darkness around her dissipating like smoke. I see you've opened the door, she continued, her voice like a wind through trees. The one that has remained closed for so long. Her eyes flicked to the space behind Jenna, where the shadows seemed to swirl and pulse with a sinister energy. You're not the first, and you won't be the last. Jenna's pulse quickened. The door, the basement, the box. The woman nodded slowly, her eyes now focused on Jenna, her expression unreadable. Yes, that box. The one that has been buried for centuries. She stepped forward, the shadows bending around her like an extension of her being. You freed something when you opened it. But it's not what you think. It's not the creature that wants you. It's what's inside you. What's always been inside you. Jenna's chest tightened as her stomach churned with a sickening realization. What are you talking about? The woman's face softened, her gaze almost compassionate now. You don't understand yet, but you will. All of you who come here are the same. You've all been called, chosen. There is a power inside of you, Jenna, one that you don't even know exists. A chill ran down Jenna's spine, her breath coming in short, quick bursts. What power? She asked, her voice barely above a whisper. The woman stepped closer still, her face now inches from Jenna's. The power to change this place, to bend it to your will. But that power comes at a price. Her voice darkened, a cold edge seeping into the words. It comes with a choice. Jenna's mind reeled. A choice? What choice? What was she supposed to do? The woman's eyes darkened, her presence growing cold and intense. You will either accept your power, accept the darkness, or you will be consumed by it. It will take you, and you will never see the light again. Jenna recoiled, shaking her head. No, I don't want this. I just want to leave. Please, just let me go. The woman's expression softened again. You've already made the choice, Jenna. It was made the moment you opened the door, the moment you found the box. The shadows behind her seemed to pulse in time with Jenna's erratic heartbeat. The woman reached out, her hand touching Jenna's forehead lightly, and in that instant, Jenna felt it. The power, the urge that had always been there, deep within her. It was like something that had always been inside her, waiting, calling out to her, as if it had always known this day would come. You can fight it, the woman whispered, her voice a soft, final murmur. But the darkness will never let you go. Not now. Not ever. Jenna's knees buckled, and she sank to the floor, her mind spinning with fear and confusion. The woman's words echoed in her ears, over and over again. You've already made the choice. The darkness was closing in again. But this time, Jenna could feel it. It wasn't just consuming her, it was becoming her. Jenna's heart beat like a drum in her chest, each thump sending a jolt of panic through her body. Her legs felt weak, like they were made of stone, and she could barely hold herself upright as she sat on the cold, shifting ground. The darkness around her had deepened, becoming an almost tangible force, pulling her deeper into its embrace. The woman's words haunted her, echoing in the stillness. You've already made the choice. What choice? She had never asked for any of this. She had never intended to open that box, to bring this creature, this curse, into her life. But now, standing at the precipice of the abyss, she realized the cruel truth. It was too late to go back. She thought of her home, the safety she once felt, the comforting normalcy of her life before this nightmare had begun. But those memories felt distant now, like they belonged to someone else. They belonged to the person she had been before she had stumbled into this house, before she had opened that box. Now, there was only the dark, only the pull of something larger than her, something older and more powerful than anything she could ever hope to understand. The woman who had appeared before her was like an anchor in this sea of shadows. She was part of it. Part of the same darkness that had taken root in Jenna's soul. Why? Jenna whispered, her voice hoarse, barely audible. Why me? The woman, standing in front of her, seemed to sense her desperation. Her features softened. But the darkness still clung to her like a second skin. It's not about why. She replied, her voice calm and steady. It's about who you are, the power inside you. The one that brought you here. You have the ability to change everything, to control it. But with that control comes responsibility. Jenna shook her head. I don't want any of this. I never asked for it. The woman smiled, but it wasn't a comforting smile. It was bittersweet knowing. No one does. That's the curse of it. The darkness doesn't choose based on your will. It chooses because it needs to. It needs someone who can see it, someone who can understand it, someone who can accept it. Jenna's chest tightened. Accept it. The thought felt like a weight pressing down on her lungs. She didn't want to accept it. She didn't want any part of this dark force that had wrapped itself around her, binding her to this twisted world. Can't I just leave? She whispered, tears welling in her eyes. Can't I just run from it? Can I escape? The woman shook her head, her expression full of pity. There is no escape, Jenna. The darkness is part of you now. You carry it with you, wherever you go. You are the vessel. You always have been. Jenna wanted to scream. She wanted to claw at the air, at the ground, at the walls around her that were closing in. She couldn't breathe. The weight of the truth, the horrific, crushing truth, was too much. She felt like she was suffocating under the pressure of it. You can fight it. The woman continued, her voice softer now. But even if you manage to escape, it will always find you. Always. The choice you face now is whether you'll face it head on or let it consume you from the inside. Jenna's body shuddered, as if the shadows themselves were crawling under her skin. She closed her eyes, clenching her fists so tightly her nails bit into her palms. She wanted to run. She wanted to scream. She wanted to wake up from this nightmare and return to the life she had before. But she knew, deep down, there was no returning to that. Not anymore. Her mind spun with confusion and fear. She didn't understand. She didn't want any of this. Then what do I do? Her voice cracked with desperation. What is this choice? The woman's gaze turned hard, the shadows around her flickering with a strange, unsettling light. You must choose, she said, her voice laced with an unspoken finality. You either accept the darkness and wield its power, or you fight it and let it consume you. Jenna's breath hitched. She had never felt so alone in her life. She had never been faced with something so impossible, something so terrifying and final. The weight of the choice pressed down on her like an anvil on her chest. I don't know if I can. Jenna whispered, her voice breaking. I don't know if I can fight it. The woman's expression softened, and for a moment, there was a flicker of something. Empathy, maybe. Something that resembled compassion. It's not about being strong enough, Jenna. It's about embracing what you are. You can fight all you want, but that won't change the truth. You are bound to this place, to the darkness. You always will be. Jenna's mind was racing. She thought of everything she had lost. The people she would never see again. The life she had once known. Could she really accept this darkness? Could she truly embrace it, wield it? Or would it destroy her? And if she accepted it, what would she become? The shadows around her seemed to whisper again, an unintelligible murmur that grew louder and louder. Jenna could feel the weight of her decision pressing down on her. It was a choice she couldn't avoid. It was a choice that would define her, change her, forever. Jenna, the woman said softly, her voice like a distant lullaby. It's time. Embrace your power. You are the key to everything. You are the one who will shape this world. The shadows around her seemed to pulse, like they were waiting for her response, waiting for her decision. Jenna felt the tug of the darkness, like an invisible thread pulling her closer, drawing her in. She could feel it now, feel the power coursing through her veins, the cold, ancient force that had always been inside her. Buried deep beneath the surface, she could feel it whispering to her, calling to her, offering her control. It was the power to reshape everything, to change everything. And yet, the fear still gripped her heart. Was she ready to accept it? Was she ready to take the step into the unknown, into a world where darkness and light were one, and her own soul was the battleground? Choose Jenna, the woman said again, this time with a note of finality in her voice. You can embrace the shadows, or you can run forever. The weight of her decision pressed down on her, crushing her chest, but she knew she couldn't run forever. No, she couldn't. With trembling hands, she reached out into the void, the shadows wrapping around her like a cloak, consuming her in its depths. She closed her eyes. Jenna's mind was consumed by an overwhelming force as she stood in the thick of the shadows. The darkness curled around her like a living, breathing entity, seeping into her very soul. Her heart thundered in her chest as the weight of her decision sank in. She had chosen to accept the darkness, to embrace what she had always feared. The power that had been buried deep within her now roared to life, a tidal wave of cold energy crashing against her every thought and feeling. For a moment, it felt like she was drowning. The shadows closed in, tightening around her, crushing her under their weight. Her body trembled, her senses overwhelmed by the all-consuming force that was now a part of her. The woman, the figure of darkness, watched Jenna with cold, unreadable eyes. She had told her the truth. The darkness was part of her now. There was no running from it, no turning back. Jenna's breath hitched as she felt the pull of it deep inside her chest. The energy, the power, it was like nothing she had ever experienced. It felt like the universe itself had opened before her, revealing a hidden truth, a dark truth that had always been there, waiting for her to accept it. You have made the right choice, the woman said softly, her voice both a comfort and a warning. You are no longer just a bystander. You are a force now. You will shape the world, bend it to your will. The darkness is your ally, Jenna. Use it wisely. But Jenna couldn't speak. She didn't know what to say. How could she? Everything she thought she knew about herself, about the world, was being turned upside down. The weight of the decision pressed on her chest, suffocating her. The shadows around her grew thicker, swirling like a storm. And Jenna felt the pulse of something ancient rising within her. The energy swirled through her veins, making her skin tingle and burn with power. It was overwhelming, intoxicating, and terrifying all at once. She felt as though she were standing on the edge of a precipice, looking down into the infinite abyss below. I'm not ready, Jenna whispered to herself, but the words felt weak. Was she ever going to be ready? Was anyone? The woman's cold gaze never left her. No one is ever truly ready, Jenna. The darkness doesn't care. It simply is. And now you are one with it. Jenna shuddered at the finality of those words. She had known deep down that there was no going back. But now, the full weight of it all settled in. She was no longer the same person who had stumbled into that basement, opened that box, and unleashed something she didn't understand. No, she was something else now. She was a part of it, and it was a part of her. Her eyes flicked to the woman again, trying to gather herself. What do I do now? She asked, her voice shaking. The woman stepped forward, her presence immense, the shadows around her moving in sync with her every motion. You learn to control it. You learn to wield the power you now possess. It will not be easy. The darkness does not serve those who are weak. But you, she paused, her eyes narrowing slightly, you are strong. You were always meant to be. Jenna felt a surge of something inside her, something dark, but not entirely without purpose. She didn't know if she could truly control it. She didn't even know if she wanted to. But the pull was undeniable. The power within her had awakened, and she could feel it coursing through her like an electric current. There was no turning it off, no escaping it. I can feel it, Jenna whispered, her eyes wide as the realization struck her fully. The power, the shadows, they're inside me. The woman nodded. Yes, the shadows are no longer separate from you. They are part of your essence, part of your very being. And now that you have embraced it, you will be able to bend it to your will. You will shape the darkness, control it as you see fit. But be warned. This power is not easily tamed. It will test you. It will tempt you. Jenna's mind raced. She couldn't just accept this. She couldn't just be this. But she was. She already had chosen it, hadn't she? She had opened the box. She had allowed it into her life, into her very soul. And now, the darkness had taken root inside her. There was no getting rid of it. She could feel the shift in her very being, like a floodgate had been opened inside her mind, allowing the dark energy to pour into every corner of her existence. It was terrifying, but it also felt powerful. The woman stepped back, her presence still looming over Jenna. What you do next is entirely up to you. The darkness has many uses. It can protect you, or it can consume you. It will grant you power beyond anything you've ever known, but it will also make demands. You will need to feed it. You will need to sacrifice. Jenna's heart clenched in fear. Sacrifice? What do you mean? The woman's expression hardened, her voice lowering to a dark whisper. The darkness feeds on fear, on despair, on the things that people hide deep inside them. The more you give into it, the stronger it becomes. But it is a dangerous game, Jenna. Do not mistake it for anything else. Jenna swallowed hard, her thoughts spinning in a whirlwind. Fear, despair, the darkness fed on those things, and yet she could feel it beckoning her, whispering that she could harness it, use it. But at what cost? What happens if I can't control it? Jenna asked quietly, her voice trembling. The woman's eyes gleamed with a dark intensity. Then it will control you. A cold shiver ran through Jenna, her entire body trembling at the thought. What was she supposed to do? How could she control this? How could she control herself when the very shadows inside her seemed so overwhelming, so hungry? The woman's voice softened. There are those who have tried to resist, Jenna. But the darkness is not something that can be ignored. It is a force older than time itself. You must decide whether you will embrace it fully and learn to wield its power, or whether you will let it consume you. Jenna stood in silence, the weight of the decision pressing down on her. The darkness was alive within her, and she knew that no matter how much she tried to fight it, it would always be there. It was her choice now. She could try to control it, or she could let it take over, let it consume everything she once knew. Her eyes flicked to the shifting shadows, the power that pulsed in her veins, the energy that was now part of her very essence. She could feel it. The temptation to embrace it fully, to accept the power, was there. But at what cost? Jenna took a deep breath, her chest tightening. She couldn't answer it yet. But she knew one thing: the choice had been made, and there was no going back. Not anymore. Jenna stood in the center of the darkened landscape, her heart pounding in her chest. The shadows, now familiar and oppressive, pressed against her from every angle, like invisible hands wrapping around her, pulling her deeper into the depths of this dark realm. The woman, the figure made of shadows, was still standing a few paces away, her presence an unsettling calm amidst the chaos of Jenna's thoughts. She could feel the power within her, flowing through her veins like cold, untamed fire. It wasn't just an external force anymore. It was a part of her, shaping her, influencing her every thought, every action. She was no longer the person who had walked into this nightmare. She was something else now, something new, something with the potential for infinite power. The question that gnawed at her soul was simple, but it was tearing her apart. What would she become? The woman's eyes, those dark, endless voids, studied her with an expression that was almost satisfied. You've made the choice, Jenna. Now you must learn to wield the power that flows through you. It will not be easy. It never is. Jenna's voice, barely a whisper, trembled with the weight of her fear. I don't know if I can control it. I don't know if I want to. The woman tilted her head slightly, as if considering the words. The darkness is not a pet to be tamed, Jenna. It is a force of nature. It will not obey you unless you give it the respect it deserves. But you can control it if you embrace it, if you accept that you are one with it. Jenna felt a flicker of uncertainty deep inside her. The temptation to give in to the darkness was strong, powerful, like a constant whisper in her ear urging her to let go, to surrender to the flood of energy that surged within her. The shadows were already a part of her, wrapping around her soul, twisting her perception. It was so easy to think that maybe it would be easier just to let the darkness consume her, to let go of the fear, the pain, the responsibility, and let the shadows take over completely. But was it worth it? She glanced at the woman again. What happens if I give in completely? If I let the darkness take control? The woman's gaze turned colder, darker. If you surrender completely, there will be no coming back. You will no longer be you. You will be an extension of the darkness itself, a tool to be used by it. You will have power, yes, but it will not be your own. The shadows will control you. Jenna felt a surge of cold fear ripple through her. She hadn't realized it before, but it was becoming clear now. The power was not something she could just wield like a weapon. It was alive, it was hungry, and it would consume everything it touched. If she wasn't careful, she would lose herself in it. The woman stepped closer, her shadowy form almost blending with the darkness around her. There is always a price, Jenna. Power is seductive, and the darkness will offer you everything you desire. But it will never be enough. It will always take more. You will need to feed it. You will need to make sacrifices. Jenna felt a cold shiver run down her spine at those words. Sacrifices. She didn't even know what that would mean, but she could feel the weight of it, the price that she might one day have to pay, the price she would always pay. I won't let it control me, Jenna whispered fiercely, but even as she said the words, she could feel the darkness within her shifting, curling like a serpent, waiting for her to falter. The temptation was there, ever present, like a shadow hanging over her every decision. The woman seemed to sense her doubt. You will falter. It is inevitable. The darkness will test you, Jenna. It will push you to your limits, break you if it has to. And when that happens, you will have to choose again, whether to fight it or to surrender. Jenna's mind spun with the weight of her decision. She had chosen the darkness. She had embraced it, but she hadn't realized what that truly meant. The shadows didn't just offer power, they demanded a price, and not just any price. It was a price that would take from her, piece by piece, until there was nothing left but the darkness. The woman's voice broke through her thoughts again. You're afraid, aren't you? Afraid of what the darkness will make you become. Jenna didn't answer, but the truth hung heavy between them. She was terrified. She didn't know what this power would turn her into. She didn't know if she could control it or if it would control her. Embrace the fear, the woman said, her voice soft now. It is your greatest strength. The shadows thrive on fear. And when you learn to harness that fear, you will have power unlike anything you've ever known. Jenna shook her head, trying to push the thought away. But the more she thought about it, the more the words made sense. The fear was real. It was raw, and it was inside her. She could feel it deep within her chest, crawling up her throat like a poison. What if she could use that fear? What if it could make her stronger, give her the control she so desperately needed? The woman's eyes locked onto hers, and Jenna felt the pull again, a heavy, suffocating force that threatened to drown her. You have the potential to be more than you ever imagined. But it is up to you, Jenna. Do you choose power? Or do you choose to fight against it? Jenna's breath quickened as the weight of those words settled in. She was standing at the edge of something dangerous, something life-changing. The darkness inside her had awakened, and now it was calling to her. It was so tempting to let go, to embrace the power that it offered, to let it guide her, give her strength. But at what cost? Would it consume her? Would she lose herself in the process? The woman took another step forward, her presence almost overwhelming. Choose wisely. Jenna, the power is yours, but it comes at a price. Jenna looked down at her trembling hands. She could feel the shadows curling around her, inside her, whispering to her, pulling her toward the precipice. She could feel it all, the power, the fear, the temptation. And then, slowly, deliberately, she made her choice. I choose to control it, she said, her voice firm, though the words felt like they were being pulled from deep within her. I won't let it consume me. I won't let it take me. The woman smiled, but there was no warmth in it. You say that now, Jenna, but the darkness will test you. And when it does, we will see if you are truly ready. The shadows surged around Jenna, wrapping around her like a cloak, binding her to the very power she had chosen to control. The weight of the darkness grew heavier, and yet, for the first time since she had embraced it, Jenna felt a flicker of something more than fear. She felt the stirrings of control, of strength, of something she could use. She wasn't sure if she was ready. But in that moment, she knew one thing for certain: she was going to have to fight. The darkness wrapped around Jenna like a second skin, suffocating and overwhelming. Yet it was undeniably hers. It was the weight in her chest, the cold fire in her veins, the shadows that whispered promises of power in her mind. It was everything and nothing, all at once. She could feel it pressing against her, urging her to let go, to sink deeper into it, to let it consume her and make her a part of the endless void. But she wouldn't. She couldn't. I won't let it take me, she whispered to herself, but even as the words left her lips, she wasn't sure if she believed them. Her thoughts felt muddled, torn between the desire to hold on to what was left of herself and the temptation to embrace the darkness that offered her strength, control, and power beyond anything she had ever known. She stood in the center of the realm, a vast, empty void where shadows seemed to bend and writhe around her. The woman, the figure who had guided her into this new reality, watched her with cold, assessing eyes. You think you can control it, the woman said, her voice a low murmur that echoed in the silence. But the darkness will find your weaknesses. It will break you down piece by piece until you have nothing left but the hunger for more. It is inevitable. Jenna clenched her fists at her sides. I won't let it. I'll fight it. The woman's lips twisted into a smile that sent a chill down Jenna's spine. You will fight it, and it will break you. That's the way of the darkness. It doesn't care about your fight. It only cares about consuming you. Jenna's heart beat faster, but she stood her ground. The shadows pulsed with a life of their own, pressing in from every side. Her power was still raw, untamed, and it felt like it was slipping away from her with every breath. The fear, the deep, knowing fear, was still there, but now it was mingling with the raw power that surged through her. She could feel it in her chest, like a fire that was threatening to burn her from the inside out. She could feel the shadows calling to her, urging her to give in. They whispered of strength, of control, of a future without fear, without weakness. All she had to do was embrace them fully. Let them take her. Let them make her into something greater than what she was. But as tempting as it was, she refused to give in. I won't be consumed by it, she said, more firmly this time. I will control it. I will master it. The woman's eyes narrowed, her gaze piercing through Jenna, like she could see every doubt, every crack in her resolve. You believe that, don't you? You think you're strong enough to hold it back. But you're wrong, Jenna. The darkness doesn't care what you think. It will find a way. It will make you want it. It will twist you until you're no longer the person you were before. And when that happens, you'll come crawling back to it. You won't have a choice. Jenna's breath quickened as the shadows around her seemed to pulse in time with her heartbeat. They were closing in on her, their grip tightening with each passing second. She could feel it. The pressure, the weight of the darkness. It was becoming harder to breathe, harder to think. The air was thick with it, suffocating her. But she would not give up. She would not let the darkness take her. She drew a deep breath, focusing on the power inside her. She had already made the choice. She had already embraced the darkness, but that didn't mean she had to let it consume her. She had to control it. She had to master it. With every ounce of willpower she could muster, Jenna focused on the shadows. She could feel them stirring around her, twisting, curling like a serpent waiting to strike. She reached deep within herself, pulling on the power that had awakened within her, the raw, untamed force that was now a part of her. For a moment, nothing happened. Then, slowly, the shadows began to shift. They retreated from her, just a little, as if they were testing her resolve. Jenna concentrated harder, drawing the darkness in and shaping it, forcing it to bend to her will. She could feel it fighting back, pushing against her control, but she held firm, her focus unwavering. The shadows were hers. They were part of her. She could feel the power within her, flowing through her like electricity. "You're doing it wrong?" The woman's voice cut through the tension, sharp and cold. "You can't control it like that. You're trying to fight it, to force it into submission. But that's not how it works. The darkness chooses who controls it. It chooses those who accept it fully." Jenna's chest tightened at the woman's words, but she refused to look away. She could feel the shadows, feel them pushing against her, testing her. She had to prove herself. She had to show that she could control it, that she could stand against it without being consumed. The shadows surged again, but this time, something was different. She wasn't fighting them. She wasn't resisting. She was accepting them, allowing them to become a part of her, to flow through her. She could feel the power coursing through her, the raw energy of the darkness filling every fiber of her being. It was terrifying. It was exhilarating. And it felt right. The woman stepped back, her eyes widening slightly. "You're doing it. You're learning to control it." Jenna's heart raced as the shadows began to bend to her will, swirling around her in a controlled, deliberate dance. She wasn't afraid anymore. She wasn't weak. She was powerful. The darkness was hers to command. But even as the shadows bowed to her, Jenna could feel a new presence staring. Something deeper, something darker lurking just beneath the surface of her control. It was waiting, biding its time, ready to test her. The woman studied her, her expression unreadable. "You've taken the first step, Jenna. But the darkness will never stop testing you. It will always want more. The question is, how much are you willing to give?" Jenna's mind raced with that question. She had already given so much. The darkness was inside her, and it was changing her. It was already a part of her, and there was no going back. She could feel it now, swirling beneath the surface of her skin, a powerful force that she had only begun to understand. But how much would it cost her? And how much was she willing to sacrifice to keep control? Jenna stood in the center of the shadows, her body trembling, but her mind clear. The darkness was now a part of her, flowing through her veins like cold fire. She could feel it, wrething and pulsing within her, waiting for her to give it direction. But with it came the constant weight of responsibility. The woman, the figure of darkness who had guided her to this point, watched her closely, as if waiting for something, for her to stumble, for her to lose control. "You've taken the first step, Jenna," the woman repeated, her voice cold but tinged with something like approval. "But now comes the real test. The darkness doesn't give its power freely. It asks for something in return." Jenna's breath caught in her throat. She had feared this. The cost. The price of the power she had claimed for herself. She had felt it stirring inside her. This insatiable hunger, this need to consume more. But she had hoped, foolishly, that she could control it without paying the price. She had been wrong. The woman stepped forward, her presence looming. "Power always comes with a cost," she said softly. "You've felt it, haven't you? The hunger inside you. The darkness won't let you control it without making you pay. It will take what you cherish most and leave you hollow." Jenna felt a cold, sickening shiver course through her. What would it take from her? What had she already given up to embrace the power? Was she already losing herself? "You have a choice now, Jenna," the woman continued, her eyes piercing. "You can use the darkness, take its power, and dominate, but at a cost. Or you can try to fight it, deny it, and see what it does to you." Jenna's heart raced. She thought of the things she'd lost. Her family, her home, her normal life. The fear, the constant fear, had been unbearable, but now she had something more. Something she couldn't have dreamed of. But that power was more than she could handle. It was more than she had ever wanted. "What do I have to give?" she whispered, her voice trembling. The words felt like a weight in her chest. The woman's gaze darkened. "You will have to give up something precious, something irreplaceable. The darkness will claim it, and in return, it will give you the strength you crave. But the cost is never fair. It never is." Jenna's mind reeled with the implications. What could the darkness take from her that would be irreplaceable? Her humanity, her sense of self, her connections to the world she had known. "You already feel it, don't you?" the woman asked. "The darkness has already begun to claim pieces of you. It feeds on your fear, your doubt, your weaknesses. It has already tasted what it can take." Jenna felt the truth of those words deep in her soul. She had given in. She had let the darkness inside, let it twist her perception. And now it was creeping, like an infection, through every corner of her being. She could feel it. Growing, wanting, pushing her towards something she wasn't sure she could stop. "It will take your heart, Jenna," the woman whispered, her voice low and hypnotic. "It will take your soul. It will take your very essence, and in return, it will grant you power. But at what cost?" Jenna took a shaky breath, trying to center herself, but the shadows pressed in, tighter and tighter. She couldn't breathe. She couldn't think. Her body trembled as the weight of the darkness threatened to crush her. But then, something inside her snapped. Something within her fought back. "No," Jenna said, her voice stronger now. "I won't let it take me." The woman's lips curled into a faint, knowing smile. "You say that now, but the darkness doesn't care about your willpower. It will break you, Jenna. It will make you want it. It will make you think you can control it, that you can feed it without losing yourself. But it will take. It will always take." Jenna felt the cold grip of the darkness tightening around her heart, around her very soul. The power, the hunger, was undeniable, but she wouldn't give in. She wouldn't let it consume her. She would fight, no matter what the cost. "I won't be consumed by it," she said, the words a vow. "I can control it. I can control myself." The woman's eyes glinted with something darker, something ancient. "You believe that, don't you? But the darkness doesn't care what you believe. It will break you down piece by piece. It will find your weaknesses, and it will twist them until you beg for its power. And when it's done, you won't even recognize yourself." Jenna's mind raced. What was she really giving up? Her humanity, her soul. Would she lose herself in the process of controlling this power? This force that had now taken root inside her. Could she ever really control it? The woman was right about one thing: the darkness was already inside her. It had been for a long time, feeding on her fear, on her weaknesses, on her uncertainty. It had been waiting for her to finally open the door, to release it. And now it was here, consuming her from the inside out. But there was a part of her, a small, fragile part, that refused to give in. She had fought too hard to get here, to survive this long, to let it all slip away. "I'm not afraid," Jenna whispered, her voice trembling but determined. I won't let it take me. For a long moment, the woman was silent, her eyes watching Jenna with an unreadable expression. Then she spoke, her voice low and almost sympathetic. Then, Jenna, you must fight for your soul. The shadows around them surged, a rush of dark energy filling the space. Jenna felt it, the pull, the weight, the hunger. It was trying to consume her, but she held on. She had to hold on. She couldn't let go. With every ounce of strength, she focused on the power inside her, the shadows, and instead of letting them overwhelm her, she tried to bend them, to control them. The shadows fought back, pushing against her, clawing at her, but she held firm. The battle within her was unlike anything she had ever experienced. It wasn't just a battle of strength. It was a battle for her very soul. The darkness wanted to claim her, but Jenna refused to let it. She wasn't going to let it break her. She wasn't going to let it win. But the cost was still there, lingering, waiting for the moment when it would come to collect. And Jenna knew, deep down, that the true test was still to come. Would she be strong enough to control it? Or would she become just another lost soul, consumed by the very darkness she had chosen to embrace? Jenna's body trembled as she fought the overwhelming pressure of the darkness that pressed against her like 1,000 invisible hands. She could feel the power coursing through her, a cold, unrelenting current of energy that surged in her veins. It was tempting, so tempting, to give in, to let it consume her completely, to take control of everything around her. The shadows whispered promises of strength, of power beyond anything she had ever known. But every time the temptation rose, Jenna pushed it back. She had chosen this path. She had to control it. The woman, the figure made of shadows, stood still, her dark eyes locked onto Jenna with a mixture of curiosity and disdain. You think you can fight it, don't you? She said, her voice soft but tinged with something cruel. You think you can hold the darkness at bay with nothing more than your willpower? Jenna swallowed hard, her throat dry from the effort of holding the shadows at bay. She could feel them pushing at the edges of her mind, crawling through her thoughts, tugging at her sanity. The darkness had always been a part of her, buried deep within, waiting for the moment when she would finally let it in. But now that it was here, it was more powerful than she could have ever imagined. I will control it, Jenna said, her voice shaky but firm. I won't let it take me. I won't let it consume me. The woman's lips curled into a smile, but it wasn't a comforting smile. It was mocking, as if she knew something Jenna didn't. You're wrong, Jenna. You can't control it. The darkness is already inside you. It knows you better than you know yourself. It's been feeding off your fear, your doubts, your pain. And it will continue to feed until there's nothing left of you. Jenna's heart skipped a beat. Pain. She had been running from it for so long, burying it deep inside herself, pretending it didn't exist. But the darkness didn't care about her denial. It had found her weaknesses, had fed on her fear of losing herself, of being consumed. And now it was here, pushing against her, making its demands. The woman stepped closer, her presence looming over Jenna like a dark cloud. You're afraid of what you've become, aren't you? You're afraid of what you're capable of. But that fear is your greatest strength, Jenna. The darkness feeds on it. It grows stronger with every moment of doubt, of weakness. And once it has you, once it consumes you, there will be no going back. Jenna clenched her fists, her nails digging into her palms. She could feel the darkness inside her. It could feel its hunger, its need to consume everything it touched. It was a constant, knowing force, like an insatiable beast clawing at her from the inside. But she wouldn't let it take her. Not without a fight. You're wrong, Jenna said, her voice trembling but resolute. I'm not afraid anymore. I'm stronger than I've ever been. The woman tilted her head, as if considering Jenna's words. Then, without warning, she extended her hand toward Jenna, a slow, deliberate motion. The shadows seemed to pulse in time with the movement, reaching out to wrap around her. "You think you can control it," the woman repeated, her voice low and dangerous. "Then prove it." Before Jenna could react, the shadows surged toward her, faster than she could comprehend. They wrapped around her limbs, constricting, pulling her down, as if the very darkness was trying to pull her into its depths. She gasped for air, her chest tight as the weight of the shadows bore down on her, threatening to crush her. No, I won't let it win." Jenna's breath came in ragged gasps as she fought against the shadows. She could feel them pressing against her skin, their cold, suffocating touch wrapping around her throat, making it harder to breathe. But she didn't stop. She couldn't stop. She had to fight. With every ounce of strength, Jenna pushed back against the darkness. Her heart pounded in her chest, and her mind raced, focusing all her energy on one single thought: I control it. I control this power. It does not control me. The shadows resisted, thrashing against her, clawing at her. But Jenna refused to give in. She could feel the pull of the darkness, the temptation to surrender to it, to let it take over. But she couldn't. She wouldn't. "I am stronger than this." With a final, desperate cry, Jenna threw her hands forward, and the shadows recoiled, as if repelled by some invisible force. They writhed and twisted, retreating from her body, from her mind. For a moment, there was nothing but silence. Jenna stood there, panting, her chest rising and falling with each labored breath. The darkness was still there, swirling at the edges of her consciousness, but it no longer had control over her. She had pushed it back. She had made it yield. The woman, who had watched the entire exchange with an unreadable expression, took a slow step forward. "Impressive," she said, her voice tinged with something almost like respect. "Don't be fooled, Jenna. The darkness will not be so easily defeated. It will return stronger than before." Jenna wiped the sweat from her brow, her hands shaking. "I know it will," she said, her voice steady despite the fear that still gripped her. "But I will fight it. I will fight until the very end." The woman's gaze softened, almost imperceptibly. "You've made a choice, Jenna, and with that choice comes a burden. The darkness will never stop testing you, but you are stronger than you know. Don't let it break you." Jenna nodded, though doubts still lingered at the edges of her mind. She wasn't sure what the future held, but she knew one thing for certain. She wasn't going to let the darkness consume her. She would fight it, no matter what it took. And in that moment, as the shadows flickered around her, Jenna realized that she wasn't just fighting for herself anymore. She was fighting for everyone she had ever loved, for everything she had ever lost. She wasn't alone. Jenna stood in the heart of the swirling shadows, her hands still trembling, but now with a newfound resolve. The darkness was no longer just something outside of her. It had fused with her, become an undeniable part of her being. And yet, in that moment of crisis, when the shadows had tried to claim her, she had fought back. She had won that battle. At least for now. But the woman's words haunted her. The darkness will return, stronger than before. Jenna knew she wasn't done. This wasn't the end of the fight. No. The darkness had merely retreated, biding its time, waiting for the next opportunity to strike. And Jenna, she was running on borrowed time. The woman was still watching her eyes unreadable, full of knowing, as though she had seen this countless times before. As though she knew exactly what was coming. But Jenna didn't care about what the woman knew. She had to keep moving. She had to keep fighting. "Are you ready to face what comes next?" the woman asked, her voice soft but laced with a quiet threat. "The darkness doesn't let go once it has chosen you." Jenna clenched her fists, a spark of defiance flaring inside her. "I don't care what it wants. I will fight it. The woman raised an eyebrow, clearly amused. The fight will be harder than you realize. And it's not just the darkness you'll have to face. You will be your greatest enemy. Jenna's mind buzzed with the weight of her words. I will be my greatest enemy. The darkness inside her wasn't just an external force. It wasn't something that would just leave when she resisted it. It was alive, breathing inside of her, clawing at her every moment, feeding on her doubts, her fears, her weaknesses. And the more she pushed it away, the more it would fight back. I don't understand, Jenna said, her voice barely a whisper. If it feeds on my fear, then am I supposed to stop being afraid? How do I fight something that is a part of me? The woman's smile was faint, almost too knowing. You won't stop being afraid, Jenna. The fear is a part of you. But fear doesn't make you weak. It makes you stronger if you learn to use it. The darkness wants to feed on your weaknesses, on the things you're afraid to face. If you give it that power, it will consume you. If you don't, it will be the darkness that gets consumed. Jenna felt a chill crawl up her spine as she processed the woman's words. She was right. Every moment of fear, every shadow in her past, was now a weapon the darkness could use against her. She needed to stop hiding from it. She needed to confront it. I can't face everything alone, Jenna whispered, looking down at her hands. Her palms were still slick with sweat, and her heart was still pounding in her chest. There's too much darkness inside of me. The woman stepped forward, her eyes piercing through Jenna's fear. That's where you're wrong. The darkness doesn't own you, Jenna. It's just waiting for you to give up. You need to take control. You need to make it yours. Jenna felt the pull of her thoughts, the pull of the darkness whispering to her, urging her to take the power for herself. But deep down, she understood what the woman meant. She couldn't let the darkness control her. She needed to make it bend to her will, or it would devour everything. The woman's expression softened, but there was a hardness behind her words. It's not about beating the darkness. It's about making it your ally. There is no escaping it. You've already opened the door, and now it's part of you. But you can shape it. You can shape your destiny. You just have to be willing to fight for it. Jenna felt something stir within her, something deep and raw. She could feel the power inside her, coiling and waiting, ready to be unleashed. The darkness was inside her. She couldn't pretend it wasn't. But it didn't have to be her enemy. It didn't have to consume her. She could control it. She had to. But as the shadows continued to pulse around her, she realized there was more to this fight than just the darkness. She had to face the part of herself that feared what she could become. The part of herself that knew the power was already changing her. The woman stepped back, sensing Jenna's struggle. You're closer than you realize, Jenna, but you have one final choice to make. Jenna blinked, confused. What do you mean? The woman's eyes darkened, her voice growing more serious. You've faced the darkness. You've faced your fear. But now you must face what lies within you. The power. The temptation to use it for your own gain. The darkness will offer you everything: power, control, freedom. But it will cost you. It will always cost you. The question is, are you willing to pay the price? Jenna's stomach twisted at her words. She had already tasted the power. She had already felt the surge of darkness inside her, promising her everything she could ever want. But at what cost? Would she lose herself to it? Would she lose everything that made her human? The woman smiled again, though this time it seemed almost sad. Remember, Jenna, power is a double-edged sword. It can save you, or it can destroy you. Jenna clenched her fists again, her nails digging into her palms. She could feel the weight of the decision pressing down on her like a boulder. The darkness was powerful, yes. But was she strong enough to wield it? Was she strong enough to control herself? As the shadows continued to swirl around her, Jenna's heart pounded in her chest, and for the first time in what felt like forever, she understood the magnitude of the decision before her. The darkness would never let her go. It was inside her, it was a part of her, and it would always be there, whispering, tempting, demanding more. But she didn't have to give in. She didn't have to be consumed. The woman watched her silently, waiting for Jenna to make her choice. Jenna closed her eyes, steadying her breath. She would fight. She would face the darkness, not as something to fear, but as something to control. It was a part of her, but it wouldn't define her. She would define it. I choose to fight, Jenna said, her voice stronger than it had ever been before. And as she opened her eyes, she knew one thing for sure. She wasn't just fighting the darkness. She was fighting for herself. Jenna stood in the thick, suffocating shadows, her heart pounding in her chest. The darkness was all around her, pulsing with raw energy, feeding off her fear, her doubts, her hesitation. It was as though it were alive, breathing with her, moving through her. She could feel the tendrils of it wrapping around her, trying to pull her under, trying to consume her. But she refused to let it. I choose to fight, she had said, and now she was facing the true weight of those words. The shadows were still there, still swirling around her, but now they felt different. Not as something she was running from, but something she was actively controlling. She wasn't just fighting them anymore. She was learning to wield them. The woman, still watching with her penetrating gaze, seemed to sense the shift within Jenna. "You've made your choice," she said, her voice low and almost approving. "But be warned, Jenna. The darkness will never stop testing you. It will push you, break you, until you're nothing more than a hollow shell of what you once were. Are you prepared for that?" Jenna nodded, though doubt gnawed at her insides. She didn't know if she could ever be ready for this. The shadows, the darkness, the hunger. It was all too much sometimes. But there was no going back. She had made her choice. She had already opened the door, let the darkness inside. There was no turning back now. "I have to be prepared," she said, her voice barely above a whisper. The weight of the power, of the choice, settled heavily on her shoulders. But as much as it terrified her, there was also a strange comfort in it. The darkness, twisted and corrupt as it was, had given her something. It had given her control. The woman stepped closer, her shadowy form still as unsettling as ever. "Control, yes," she said, her lips curving into a slow, knowing smile. But at what cost? The question echoed through Jenna's mind like a whisper, a reminder of the price she had already paid. She had let the darkness in. She had allowed it to change her. And now, there was a part of her that was afraid of what she would become. "Do you think you can master it?" the woman asked, her voice dripping with something dark and mocking. "The darkness is not meant to be controlled, Jenna. It is meant to consume." Jenna's breath caught in her throat. The weight of the woman's words pressed down on her chest, making her feel small, insignificant. She had accepted the darkness. She had chosen it, but now she was starting to wonder if she had truly understood what that meant. "I will control it," Jenna said, her voice wavering slightly, but she refused to back down. "I have to. I can't let it take me." The woman's smile faded, replaced by something colder. "You can try, Jenna. But you don't understand yet. The darkness doesn't just give power. It demands sacrifice. It feeds off your weakness, your fear, your regrets. It will make you choose again and again, until there's nothing left to choose but it." Jenna felt a cold knot form in her stomach as the truth of the woman's words began to sink in. She had already sacrificed so much, hadn't she? Her normal life, her safety, her sense of self. And now, the darkness inside her was pushing her further, testing her limits. She could feel it swirling around her, tugging at her, whispering in the corners of her mind. It wanted more. always more. You think you can fight it, the woman continued, her voice low and dangerous, but the darkness will always find a way to break you. It's only a matter of time. Jenna closed her eyes, the weight of the woman's words pressing down on her. She felt the darkness inside her, alive, hungry, waiting. It had always been waiting. She had opened the door, and now it was a part of her. There was no escaping it, no running from it. But there was one thing the darkness didn't understand. One thing it couldn't take from her. Her will. She opened her eyes again, feeling the strength in her chest grow. She had a choice. She had always had a choice. The darkness could try to break her, could try to make her its puppet, but she was the one who controlled her destiny. She had to believe that. I am in control, Jenna said, her voice gaining strength. I will master it. The woman's eyes narrowed, her expression unreadable. You think you can tame it, don't you? You think you can take the power and keep yourself whole. But the darkness has a way of wearing down even the strongest of wills. Jenna clenched her fists, the shadows swirling around her like a storm. She could feel them, feel the power surging within her. But this time, it wasn't consuming her. This time, she was wielding it. She was using it. I am stronger than you think, Jenna said, her voice steady. I've already faced it, and I'm still standing. The woman regarded her for a long moment, her gaze sharp and calculating. We shall see, Jenna. The darkness is patient. It will wait until you let your guard down, until you weaken. And when you do, it will be there, waiting. Jenna took a step back, her mind spinning with the weight of the woman's warning. The darkness was powerful, but so was she. She had already made it through so much. She had fought back. She had learned to control it, to shape it. But the fight wasn't over. The woman turned away, her form blending into the shadows, becoming one with them. The choice is always yours, Jenna. But remember, power comes with a price. And the darkness always collects. As the woman disappeared into the darkness, Jenna was left standing alone, the weight of her decision heavier than ever before. The shadows around her pulsed, alive and restless, but she didn't feel afraid anymore. The fear was still there, deep inside her, but it no longer had control over her. She could feel the power within her, strong, untamed, but no longer threatening. She had control. She had to. But deep down, Jenna knew that the price of this power was more than she could truly comprehend. The darkness would always be there, testing her, breaking her down, pushing her to her limits. And there would come a time when the darkness would demand the ultimate price. Jenna took a deep breath, squaring her shoulders. She was ready to face it. Whatever it took, she would face the darkness, face herself, and make her own fate. But as the shadows closed in around her once more, Jenna couldn't help but wonder, how much longer could she hold on before the darkness would claim her? The air was thick with an unsettling stillness, and the shadows seemed to pulse in rhythm with Jenna's racing heart. The darkness, once a terrifying force she had fought so hard to keep at bay, was now a constant companion, always hovering just beneath the surface of her consciousness. She could feel it pressing against her, an unspoken temptation to let it take control completely. But she refused. Jenna knew that embracing this darkness, this raw power, had come at a cost, one she couldn't yet fully comprehend. The woman had warned her, and she felt the truth of those words in every breath she took, every thought that passed through her mind. The darkness always collects. She wasn't sure what the cost would be. She wasn't sure if she even could fully master it, but what she did know was that she could never go back to the way things were. The door had been opened, and now the darkness was a part of her. The question was no longer if it would consume her, but when, and how much she could hold on before it completely broke her. The shadows in the air grew restless, swirling around her like a storm. Jenna stood still, her breath steady, but her mind was chaotic. The woman's voice echoed in her mind, a constant reminder that the darkness would always find a way to break her down. It would claw at her weaknesses until there was nothing left of her but a hollow vessel, empty and controlled. But she wasn't ready to let go yet. She wouldn't. Stay strong, she whispered to herself, her hands clenched into fists. You've fought for this. You've fought for yourself. A dark chuckle rippled through the air, and Jenna's body tensed, her heart skipping a beat. The sound came from nowhere and everywhere, a deep, bone-chilling laugh that seemed to vibrate through her very soul. The shadows thickened, and for a moment, it felt like the world around her was shifting, warping into something darker, more oppressive. The temperature dropped, and a chill ran through her. Then, out of the corner of her vision, a figure emerged from the depths of the darkness. It was the woman, or rather, something that looked like the woman. But her face was twisted now, her eyes hollow, a deep abyss where once there had been something human. The figure's body was more ethereal, her movements almost floating, like she wasn't fully part of this reality. You think you can control it, Jenna. The woman's voice was distorted, as if multiple voices were layered over each other. The darkness doesn't bend to your will. You bend to it. Jenna's pulse quickened as the figure approached. Every step it took sending ripples of darkness through the air, making the shadows twist and wreathe in strange, unnatural shapes. It was impossible to look away, as if the very presence of the figure pulled at her, drawing her deeper into the suffocating void. I will control it, Jenna said, her voice trembling but filled with determination. I've made my choice, and I won't let it destroy me. The woman's lips curled into a twisted smile, her eyes glimmering with something dark and ancient. You already are destroyed. Jenna, you just don't know it yet. Jenna's breath caught in her throat. She had heard those words before, hadn't she? From the moment she had opened the box. From the moment the darkness had first touched her, she had known this would come. That she would face the choice of who she was becoming. But hearing it from the woman, the embodiment of this darkness, felt different. It felt final. The woman reached out, her hand hovering just above Jenna's chest, where the darkness swirled within her, an ever-present storm of power and fear. You think you can fight it, but you can't. You can never fight what you are now. Jenna's heart hammered in her chest. The power, the darkness, felt so alive, so real inside her. It was as though it was one with her very being, threading itself through her veins, entwining with every thought, every breath. It was no longer just an external force. It was her, and she was it. And yet, as the woman's cold fingers seemed to hover inches from her skin, a new thought rose in Jenna's mind. A thought that felt like a warning, a cry for help. Am I becoming what I fear most? The question rattled in her mind, but before she could answer, the woman's hand pressed lightly against her chest. A cold, icy wave shot through her, a rush of darkness fording her mind, wrapping around her heart like a vice. The shadows twisted and howled, louder and louder, until Jenna thought her skull might split from the pressure. The woman leaned in, her voice a hiss in her ear. This is the price you pay, Jenna. The cost of power is your soul, and you will pay it just like all those before you. Jenna gasped, feeling the suffocating grip of the darkness tighten around her chest. She struggled against it, against the pull of it, but it was too strong. It was her now. It was inside her, and she didn't know if she could break free. But she wouldn't let it take her. She couldn't. Not like this. She had made her choice, and the shadows would not control her. With a cry of defiance, Jenna pushed back, reaching deep within herself, summoning the raw, untamed power that had once terrified her. She grasped it, twisted it, shaped it into something she could use. The darkness recoiled. For the first time since she had accepted it, Jenna felt the tides shift. The shadows pulled back, not in defeat, but in reluctant submission. The woman's expression darkened, her eyes flashing with something like fury. "You think this is over?" she hissed. "You think you've won?" Jenna steadied herself, the power inside her still swirling, but now under control. She wasn't fighting it. She was wielding it, shaping it into a tool instead of a weapon against herself. "No," she said, her voice steady, despite the chaos swirling around her. "But I won't let it break me. I won't let it destroy everything I've fought for." The woman stepped back, her figure wavering, her form flickering like a shadow at the edge of reality. "You may think you've won, Jenna, but this is only the beginning. The darkness will always be with you. It will always test you." The figure began to fade, its form dissolving into the shadows, leaving only the echo of its voice. "We'll see if you can hold on. We'll see how long your control lasts." As the woman's presence dissipated, Jenna stood alone, her chest heaving with the effort it had taken to push the darkness back. She could feel the power still inside her, still alive, still hungry. But for the first time, she was in control. She had chosen to fight, and she had won this battle. For now, the shadows around her seemed to settle, retreating, but not disappearing. Jenna knew that the darkness would come again. It would test her. It would demand more from her. But she also knew one thing: she was no longer afraid of it. She had the power. But now, the real battle would be for her soul. Jenna stood in the midst of the swirling shadows, her breath shallow but steady, as the weight of what had just transpired began to sink in. The woman, the embodiment of the darkness, had vanished, leaving her in the now eerily still room. But the air was still thick with the oppressive presence of the shadows, still alive, still waiting, still hungry. Jenna could feel the weight of the darkness pressing against her, creeping back into her mind, into the very core of her being. It was like a fire burning deep inside her, but one that she could not extinguish. It was a power she had claimed, one she had accepted, and now it was as much a part of her as her own heartbeat. She wanted to scream, to tear at the air and push away the suffocating grip of the shadows, but she knew that wasn't the answer. She had to stay focused. She had to stay in control. "I will control it," Jenna whispered to herself, though even she could hear the uncertainty in her voice. The battle for her mind, for her very soul, wasn't over. It was only just beginning. She could feel the darkness shifting within her, pressing at the edges of her consciousness, coiling like a serpent, waiting for the moment of weakness when it would strike. The woman had warned her. The darkness will always be with you. It will always test you. And Jenna could feel it. The pull, the constant hunger, the fear that had been buried deep within her was now a tool the darkness could use, a chisel to carve away the parts of herself she still tried to hold on to. She knew she had to stay strong. But what if the darkness wasn't just a part of her now? What if it was controlling her? What if it would never let her be whole again? The shadows around her flickered, and for a brief moment she felt a rush of power, a heady, intoxicating surge that made her pulse race. It was as though the darkness could hear her thoughts, responding to her doubts and her fear. The feeling was seductive, powerful, like she could have do anything. All she had to do was go, surrender to it, let the darkness take her. The temptation was real, but Jenna steeled herself, shaking her head violently as if trying to dislodge the intrusive thoughts. She was stronger than this. She had made the choice. She wasn't going to let the darkness take her. She was going to master it, but at what cost? The question reverberated through her mind, filling the space like a thick fog. What was the cost of control? What would she have to give up in order to keep this power? Could she hold on to herself, or would she lose it all in the pursuit of strength? Jenna closed her eyes, steadying her breath, trying to center herself. She had to focus. She had to take control. She had to find a way to balance the power that was surging inside her with the need to stay grounded. To hold on to the parts of herself that still mattered, she reached deep within, feeling the power that had once terrified her. It was still there, raw and wild, but now it was hers. She could feel it thrumming beneath her skin, an extension of her, something that could be shaped and controlled if she focused hard enough. But the temptation was still there, whispering in the corners of her mind. It was like a drug, a high, a promise of power. "You can have it all, Jenna," the whisper seemed to say. "Just let go." Her hands trembled as she reached out, feeling the shadows respond to her. They swirled, coiled, moved in sync with her. The power was intoxicating, like a fire that burned without end. She could shape the darkness, bend it to her will. She could become something more than human, something beyond human. But in the back of her mind, the woman's words echoed again. The darkness will always make you choose. And with every choice came a price. Jenna clenched her fists, forcing the shadows to recede, pushing them back into the recesses of her mind where they belonged. For now, she had to stay in control. She couldn't let the darkness rule her. She couldn't let herself be consumed by the very thing she had embraced. Control, she whispered to herself again, her voice a quiet vow. "I control it. It doesn't control me." But as the shadows receded, she could still feel them, lingering at the edges of her consciousness, waiting. It was like an itch she couldn't scratch, a hunger that would never be fully satisfied. She turned and walked through the darkened room, her mind a whirlwind of confusion and self-doubt. The woman had given her a choice, power or consumption. She had chosen power, but at what cost? Was she already losing herself in the process? No, Jenna thought, pushing the doubts away. I won't lose myself. But as she moved through the room, her foot caught on something, and she stumbled. She caught herself, but when she looked down, she saw something strange. A small, blackened stone on the floor. It was smooth and cold to the touch, almost as if it had been placed there deliberately. She reached down, hesitating for just a moment before picking it up. The moment her fingers closed around the stone, a shock of energy coursed through her, sharp and biting, like the sting of cold metal. She gasped, her body jerking from the sudden surge. And then the shadows around her flickered, alive, reacting to the stone, reacting to her. Jenna's heart raced as the stone seemed to pulse in her hand, drawing the darkness toward her. She could feel it, stronger than before. The stone was not just a relic, it was connected to the power within her, and it was pulling more shadows toward her, wrapping around her like a vice. Her breath quickened, panic clawing at her throat as the stone seemed to call to her. She could feel the darkness growing stronger, feeding off the stone's power, pulling at her mind, her soul. For a moment, she almost let go, almost let the darkness consume her, take her where it wanted her to go. But then, in that split second, Jenna felt something stir deep within her. A small flicker of resistance. No, she could feel the stone's power coursing through her, threatening to overwhelm her. But she had to fight. She had made the choice. And she wasn't going to let herself be consumed. Not now. With a sharp cry, Jenna clenched her hand around the stone, focusing all her willpower on pushing the darkness back, on controlling it. She could feel the shadows struggling, fighting back against her hold. It was a battle, one that felt like it would tear her apart. But she didn't let go. The stone pulsed again, this time with a violent energy that nearly threw her to the ground. The shadows swirled around her like a storm, pushing at her, clawing at her, but she stood her ground. I control it, Jenna repeated, her voice fierce, filled with defiance. I won't let it take me. And slowly, agonizingly, the shadows began to recede, their hold on her loosening. The stone in her hand began to cool, its power fading. The darkness withdrew, leaving her standing in the quiet aftermath. Jenna's body shook, her mind reeling from the intensity of the battle. She had won, this time, but the question still lingered in the back of her mind. At what cost? She had chosen to fight. But the price was still there, waiting for her, always waiting. The room fell silent, the shadows that had once swirled around Jenna retreating like a fading storm. The oppressive weight that had filled the air moments before had lessened, leaving her standing alone, her chest heaving with ragged breaths. Her hand, still clutching the stone, trembled as the last remnants of darkness faded into the corners of the room. Jenna's heart pounded in her ears, the silence almost deafening after the chaos that had erupted within her. She had fought it. She had resisted the pull of the darkness, but the cost of that resistance was becoming painfully clear. The stone, now cold and lifeless in her hand, still seemed to hum with the lingering energy. It was not just a physical object. It was a tether, a bridge between her and the darkness. It had been a gift, or perhaps a curse, that she hadn't fully understood when she first picked it up. And now, she couldn't shake the feeling that it was more than just a tool. It was a part of her, a part of this unholy power she had chosen to wield. And it wasn't over yet. Jenna looked down at the stone, her fingers tightening around it, then slowly, reluctantly, she let it fall to the floor. The sound of it hitting the ground was small, insignificant, but it reverberated in her mind like the first drop of rain before a thunderstorm. The shadows pulled back, retreating to the edges of her vision, but they weren't gone. Not really. They were still there, waiting. She glanced around the room, as though expecting something to change, expecting to see the woman, the figure that had warned her of the darkness, reappear. But nothing happened. No voices. No more laughter. Just the eerie stillness that seemed to stretch on forever. What now? Jenna's thoughts were fragmented, slipping in and out of focus as the weight of the darkness lingered in her chest, squeezing her heart, tightening her breath. The power inside her was no longer something distant, something external. It was her. She could feel it coursing through her, a cold fire that didn't burn, but instead chilled her to the bone, reminding her with every pulse of what she had accepted. She wasn't just fighting the shadows anymore. She was fighting herself. Her fingers brushed the floor where the stone lay, a symbol of the power she had chosen to control. She had cast it aside, but in that simple act, Jenna felt its pull again. Why had she thrown it away? She had spent so much time trying to resist, to push the darkness down, and yet now she realized something she hadn't fully acknowledged before. The darkness was part of her. She didn't want to believe it. She couldn't. But the longer she stood there, surrounded by the cold remnants of her struggle, the more the truth began to settle in. The stone had not just been a tool, it had been a key. And now, without it, she was exposed, left with nothing but her will to keep the shadows at bay. But how long could she last? How long could she keep this fight going before it broke her too? With a shudder, Jenna stepped back, her mind racing, her body trembling. The woman's words echoed in her mind. The darkness will always test you. Jenna had fought it once, but that battle had been easy compared to what was to come. She had no more answers now than she had before, and the uncertainty gnawed at her. The shadows seemed to grow thicker around her once more. Like the fabric of the world itself was becoming more suffocating, more consuming. She could feel it. The presence of the darkness, waiting for her to falter. It was testing her, just as the woman had said. But it wasn't only the darkness outside that was testing her now. It was the darkness inside, the part of her that wanted to give in. The part that hungered for the power, the control that this shadowy force offered. Jenna clenched her fists at her sides, trying to push the fear, the temptation, the whispers out of her mind. She had to be strong. She couldn't let it take her. She had already made her choice. She had chosen to fight, and she had already won one battle. But at what cost? She couldn't ignore the cold ache in her chest, the nagging feeling that she was losing something every time she fought. What was it? Was it her humanity, her soul, her connection to the world outside the darkness? Or was it something worse? Something she couldn't name, but felt every time the shadows crept in. You are not alone. The voice was soft, like a whisper in her mind, but it felt real. Jenna froze, her heart stopping as the familiar, unsettling presence filled the room once more. No, not now. Not again. She turned, her eyes darting around the empty space, but she couldn't see the source. The shadows seemed to close in tighter around her, the air growing colder, heavier, as though the very walls of the room were shifting, pressing in. You're not alone, Jenna. It was the same voice that had called to her before, that had whispered her name when the darkness first wrapped itself around her. The woman, she could feel her, though she couldn't see her. She could feel the shadows shifting with every word, every movement of the figure that was now a part of this place. The woman had been right. Jenna could feel the darkness testing her, tempting her, wearing her down. You've given up something already, the voice continued. But you will need to give more, Jenna. Much more. Jenna's throat tightened as the shadows seemed to pull at her, crawling up her legs, swirling around her body, closing in with a cold, suffocating grip. She took a step back, but the shadows followed her, pushing her forward, pressing her deeper into the unknown. No, she whispered, shaking her head. I won't give in. I won't give you anything. The voice chuckled, the sound dark and mocking. You've already given me everything. All I need is your soul. Jenna's chest tightened, a cold sweat breaking out across her skin. She couldn't breathe. The shadows were suffocating her, pulling her in from every direction. The darkness wasn't just in her mind anymore. It was surrounding her, wrapping around her, drowning her in its cold, insatiable hunger. But she refused to let go. She had chosen this path, and she would not let it take her. She couldn't. Jenna pushed the shadows back with all the force she could muster. The darkness recoiled, snapping and writhing as if unwilling to release its grip on her. The woman's voice rang out in her mind again. You think you can control it. You think you can win this fight. You can't run from it, Jenna. You can't hide from the truth. The shadows seemed to close in tighter, and Jenna felt a pressure building in her chest, threatening to crush her. She gasped for air, her hands shaking as she fought against the suffocating grip of the darkness. But through the panic, through the overwhelming weight of it all, something within her clicked. She had to fight. She had to. With every ounce of strength, she willed herself to push back, to resist. I control it, she cried, her voice shaking, but loud and firm. It does not control me. For a brief moment, the shadows faltered, pulling back just enough to give her a breath. Jenna stood in the middle of the room, trembling, but determined. She knew the darkness wasn't gone. It would always be there, waiting for her weakness. But for now, she had held it back, and that was enough. Jenna stood at the edge of the abyss, feeling the weight of the darkness pressing in on her once more. Her body trembled, every muscle aching from the strain of fighting it back. But she was determined. For now, she had managed to hold the shadows at bay. For now, she had resisted the temptation to give in, to let the darkness consume her completely. But deep down, she knew this wasn't the end. It was only the beginning. The shadows still flickered at the edges of her vision, their presence always there, always watching. Jenna could feel them. Their hunger, their pull, gnawing at her every thought. The darkness was inside her, intertwined with her very soul. It wasn't something she could simply banish. She couldn't run from it. It was part of her now. And with that came a heavy weight, a burden she wasn't sure she was strong enough to bear. For a moment, she closed her eyes, taking a deep breath to steady herself. The world around her was silent, save for the soft whispers of the darkness. They were faint at first, but the more she listened, the clearer they became. They were calling to her, coaxing her to let go, to surrender to the power, to let it take control. The temptation was there, strong and seductive, like a siren's call. "You're stronger than you think, Jenna," the voice whispered, low and soothing. "You can have it all. You can control everything. All you have to do is let go." Her heart pounded in her chest as the voice grew louder. More insistent, the shadows swirled around her, their tendrils wrapping around her body, pulling her deeper into their embrace. It was so easy to give in, to let the darkness take her, to stop fighting. But as the shadows closed in, something inside her resisted. Something deep in her gut screamed at her to stay strong. "This isn't the answer. I won't let it win." Jenna opened her eyes, her fists clenched at her sides. "No," she whispered, her voice trembling but resolute. "I won't let it take me. I won't give in." The shadows recoiled, as though stunned by her defiance. They surged back, swirling around her like an angry storm, their whispers turning into cries of frustration, their hunger palpable. But Jenna didn't back down. She refused to let the darkness consume her. She had fought for too long, and she wasn't about to lose herself now. "You will be consumed," the voice sneered, now more distinct, more malicious. "It's only a matter of time, Jenna. You can't outrun your own darkness forever. You've already given it a piece of you. It knows you. It owns you." Jenna's chest tightened at the words, but she didn't let them take root. She had been afraid of the darkness for so long, afraid of what it would do to her, but now she realized something. She wasn't fighting against it anymore. She wasn't trying to reject it. She was trying to control it. With that realization came a surge of power, not from the shadows, but from within herself. She had already made the choice to fight. She had chosen control over submission. The darkness might have been a part of her, but it didn't define her. She defined it. Her body trembled with the effort. But Jenna focused all of her will on the darkness. She could feel it fighting against her, resisting her control, but she didn't let go. She wouldn't. She couldn't. "I am stronger than this," she said, her voice a whisper at first, then growing louder, firmer with each word. "I won't let you control me. I control you." The shadows writhed, twisting like a living thing, but they couldn't break her resolve. Slowly, ever so slowly, the pressure of the darkness began to ease. It didn't fade entirely, but it retreated, pulling away from her body, from her mind. She had pushed it back, for now. Jenna collapsed to her knees, gasping for air, her body exhausted from the battle. She could feel the darkness still there, still lingering in the corners of her mind, but it wasn't suffocating her anymore. She had regained control, and in that moment, she realized the terrifying truth: the darkness was always going to be with her, but she could control it. For now, she had won. She had faced the darkness, and she had resisted its pull. But deep down, Jenna knew that the fight wasn't over. The shadows would come again. They would always come again. But she was ready for them. She was prepared. "You are stronger than you know," the voice whispered again, but this time it didn't sound like a threat. It sounded almost approving. "You are the one who will shape this world, Jenna. But remember, there is always a price." Jenna gritted her teeth, standing up slowly. Her head was spinning, but her resolve was firmer than ever. "I've already paid the price," she muttered to herself. "And I'll keep fighting. I won't let it take me." The darkness seemed to retreat at her words, as if testing her resolve one final time. But it didn't push back. Not yet. As the room returned to silence, Jenna felt a strange peace settle over her. It wasn't a peaceful calm. Not by any means. It was more like the stillness after a storm, a quiet before the next one came. But it was enough for now. She had faced the darkness, and though the price had been steep, she had survived. And as long as she kept fighting, she always would. The darkness wasn't just a part of her anymore. It was something she could control. And for the first time in what felt like forever, Jenna believed that she could win. Jenna stood alone in the quiet aftermath, her heart racing and her body weary. The shadows had receded for now, but she knew, deep down, that this wasn't the end. The darkness had been pushed back, but it wasn't gone. It never would be. And though she had regained control, for the moment, Jenna couldn't shake the nagging feeling that the true cost of this battle had yet to come. The cold stone floor beneath her felt solid, grounding her in the stillness of the room. But the air still buzzed with the residual tension from the struggle. The silence wasn't peaceful. It was suffocating, a pause before the inevitable next wave of darkness. She reached down to her side, feeling the lingering pulse of the stone that had once hummed with power. Now cold and lifeless where it had fallen, the stone had been a bridge to the darkness, a key. But now that it had been discarded, Jenna was left with only the shadow of its presence, a reminder that the power she had claimed could never be entirely severed. It was still with her. But she couldn't dwell on it now. She had faced the shadows, resisted them. She had fought, and she had won. That was all that mattered. For now. Jenna exhaled deeply, running a hand through her hair, still shaken by the ferocity of the struggle. She had never imagined the darkness would feel so alive. The way it had twisted, responding to her every thought and fear, had been like a living thing, and she was terrified of what it would do next. As she steadied herself, a new thought crossed her mind. What happens when the darkness comes again? Because it would come. She could feel it in her bones, in the way the shadows still seemed to curl around her, waiting for the moment when she faltered. Jenna had learned one thing tonight. This wasn't a one-time battle. This was her life now. She wasn't just fighting for control. She was fighting for her soul. But could she keep fighting? Could she keep resisting? The silence in the room was broken by the faintest whisper, like a gust of wind moving through the air. It wasn't a sound she could hear, but something she could feel deep in her mind. The voice was familiar now, though it wasn't as clear as before. It was more like a low hum, a subtle vibration against her thoughts. "Jenna." The whisper came again, softer this time, almost like a caress. Her body stiffened. She knew that voice. The woman, the darkness itself. It had always been there, in the corners of her mind, lingering like a shadow, always whispering. Always waiting. "You can't hide from me forever." The voice purred, growing clearer. "You cannot fight me forever, Jenna." Jenna's breath hitched, a wave of fear surging through her. She tried to push it away, tried to shut it out, but it was useless. The shadows were alive, a part of her. They had followed her, crept into every corner of her thoughts, and now they were calling to her again. "No," she whispered, shaking her head, trying to block the voice out. "I won't let you take me." But the voice didn't go away. It only grew stronger, more insistent. "You already belong to me," it cooed like a lullaby woven with venom. "You always have. You've made your choice, Jenna, and I will always be with you. You cannot escape me." The words felt like a weight pressing against her chest, suffocating her, and for a moment, Jenna felt a surge of panic. The woman's words had a truth to them. She had chosen to embrace the darkness. She had opened the door. She had invited it in. And now, it was a part of her, but Jenna couldn't let it control her. She wouldn't let it take over. "You're wrong," she said, her voice low but firm. "I control this. I control me." The voice laughed, a dark, mocking sound. "Do you? Do you really believe that? You are mine, Jenna, and I will always be here, in the corners of your mind. In the deepest recesses of your soul, I am the price you must pay for the power you crave." The shadows seemed to pulse around her, reacting to the voice, to her defiance. They were swirling, coiling like tendrils, testing her resolve. Jenna could feel their pull, the hunger, but she wasn't going to let it take her. "I won't give up," Jenna whispered, her voice trembling but strong. "I will never give in to you." The shadows shuddered, as if the very act of her defiance was a crack in the darkness, a chasm between them. The pull on her mind lessened, but only slightly. The darkness wasn't gone. It was still there, still waiting. "We shall see," the voice said, its tone cold and final. "We will see how long your will lasts, how long you can resist. You will give in eventually. I always collect my due." Jenna felt the voice fading, its presence still lingering but retreating into the shadows, as if it were preparing for the next round of their battle. She closed her eyes, breathing heavily, and when she opened them again, she was alone in the room. But the silence was unsettling, unnatural. The shadows that had once crowded around her were now still, almost too still. They were waiting, biding their time, just as the voice had said. Jenna knew this wasn't the end. The darkness would test her again and again. She could feel it in the air, in the very fabric of the room. She was only just beginning to understand the true cost of what she had chosen. The question now wasn't whether she could fight. She had proven that she could. The real question was, how long could she keep fighting before the darkness finally won? Jenna shook her head. She wasn't going to think like that. She wasn't going to let the darkness define her. "I will fight," she muttered to herself, her voice steady and resolute. "I will keep fighting, as long as it takes." And with that thought, she stepped forward into the darkness, not as a victim, but as a warrior. Her path was unclear, but one thing was certain: she would not be consumed. Jenna took a deep breath as she stepped forward, the darkness swirling around her like a living, breathing entity. It was more than just shadows now. It had become a part of her, an inseparable force that shaped her every thought, every decision. And though it had tested her, pulled at her, twisted her fears into weapons, she refused to let it break her. Yet, deep inside, she wondered how much longer could she hold out. The voice had warned her, its words echoing in the back of her mind like a persistent echo that refused to fade. "I always collect my due." The darkness wasn't finished with her, and she knew that. It wasn't just a force to be fought, it was a force to be used. And to control it meant dancing on the edge of destruction, walking a razor-thin line between mastery and madness. Jenna could feel its cold fingers creeping through her consciousness. It wasn't just the shadows now. It was the fear, the doubt, the emotions she had buried so deep that even she hadn't known they existed. The darkness was pulling on them, drawing them out, amplifying them until they consumed her every thought. What if I am not strong enough? The question caught her off guard, but there it was, undeniable and raw. She had chosen to control the darkness, to keep it at bay. But what if that was a lie? What if it controlled her all along? What if it had been shaping her, guiding her decisions, using her to feed its endless hunger? A chill ran down her spine, and for a moment, she stood frozen, trapped by the creeping doubt. The air seemed to grow heavier, the shadows pulling closer, and she could almost hear the dark whispers again, as though the room itself were breathing. "Jenna." The voice, low, honeyed, a serpent's hiss, seemed to wrap itself around her like a cloak. The darkness was alive, and now it was speaking directly to her. "What if you're not strong enough to resist?" Jenna's breath hitched, her body stiffening at the sound of the voice, so familiar, so tempting. It had always been there, just beneath the surface, the seduction of power. She had chosen it, embraced it. But now, as the shadows pressed in around her, it felt like they were closing in, tightening around her throat, choking her, pulling her under. "No," Jenna said, gritting her teeth, her hands trembling as she tried to push the shadows back, but the pull was too strong. "I can fight this. I will control it. The darkness didn't respond with words. It responded with a rush of energy, a flash of cold power that made her gasp. It was overwhelming. It was too much. She could feel it inside her, twisting, tugging at her will, pulling her deeper into its grip. It wanted her to give in. It wanted her to be consumed. She could feel it, the hunger, the insatiable desire to feed, to take. And it wasn't just the shadows anymore. It was her fear, her regrets, her doubts. It was feeding on the very things that made her human, twisting them, breaking them down. You're stronger than this, Jenna whispered to herself, but the words felt hollow. She could feel the darkness gnawing at her insides, reaching for her heart, for her soul. Then, suddenly, she felt something else. A warmth, a spark, as if her own spirit was pushing against the cold grip of the darkness. It was a moment of clarity, a brief flicker of resistance. And in that moment, Jenna realized something. She wasn't fighting against the darkness alone. She was fighting against herself. The realization hit her like a lightning bolt. The darkness wasn't just a force outside of her. It was a reflection of the parts of herself she had buried. Her insecurities, her fears, the parts of herself she hated, the pain she had never dealt with. They were all feeding the shadows, giving it strength, power, control over her. This is the real fight, she thought. I have to face myself. Jenna took a shaky step forward, closing her eyes, and for the first time since she had embraced the darkness, she let herself feel everything. The fear, the regret, the doubt, the guilt, all the emotions she had tried so hard to suppress. She didn't hide from them. She faced them. The shadows surged, pushing at her, but this time, Jenna didn't resist. She allowed them to swirl around her, feel them, understand them, embrace them. They weren't her enemies. They were parts of her, parts she had ignored, parts she had feared. But now, she knew she couldn't defeat them by running. She had to own them. The darkness howled in protest, a torrent of cold energy, but Jenna stood her ground. She could feel her heart pounding in her chest, each beat louder than the last. Her hands were shaking, but she didn't back down. She embraced the fear. She embraced the pain. And in doing so, she took control. I am in control, she whispered again, her voice stronger now. I will not let you consume me. The shadows recoiled, just slightly, as though testing her resolve. For a moment, there was stillness, a thick silence that hung heavy in the air. Jenna stood in the middle of the storm, trembling but resolute, as the darkness retreated ever so slightly. You cannot fight me forever, the voice echoed, but this time it sounded weaker, less certain. You will be consumed. You will lose yourself. Jenna shook her head, a faint, almost sad smile tugging at her lips. No, she said, her voice steady, her hands still shaking with the effort of holding on. I won't lose myself. The shadows read one final time, as if testing her, probing for weakness, before they receded once more, retreating into the dark corners of her mind, leaving her standing there, breathing heavily, alone in the quiet. Jenna exhaled deeply, feeling the tension drain from her body. She wasn't sure how long the darkness would stay away, how long she could keep resisting. But for now she had won, if only for a moment. And in that moment, Jenna realized something vital. She wasn't fighting just for control. She was fighting for her soul. And as long as she kept fighting, she knew she could hold on to it. But the question still lingered, unanswered in the corners of her mind. How much longer could she keep fighting before the darkness finally claimed her? Jenna stood still, her breath coming in ragged gasps as the last traces of the shadows faded into the air around her. For a moment, she felt like she could breathe again, really breathe. The weight of the darkness that had hung over her for so long seemed to ease, but only slightly. It was still there, lingering in the edges of her mind, like a whisper in the dark. She had won this round, but she knew the fight was far from over. The darkness wasn't just an external force. It was inside her now. It always had been. The shadows weren't something she could simply push away or defeat. They were a part of her, woven into the very fabric of her being. Every doubt, every fear, every broken piece of herself she had left unattended had fed into this force. But now, Jenna understood. The key wasn't defeating the darkness. It was controlling it, owning it. She couldn't keep running from herself, from what she had become. No, she needed to face it head on, embrace it, and learn to live with it. But the voice, the woman, the embodiment of the darkness, would not be silenced so easily. Jenna could feel it lurking beneath the surface, like a sleeping giant waiting to awaken. You cannot keep me at bay forever, Jenna. The voice was soft at first, almost like a breeze in the back of her mind, but it grew louder with each passing second. It was no longer a whisper. It was a command, a demand for her attention. Jenna's body tensed, and she felt the shadows stir again, growing thicker, heavier. They were swirling around her, as though they were alive, feeding on her unease. She could feel the pull, the magnetic force drawing her in, threatening to overpower her once again. No. Jenna breathed, closing her eyes and taking a deep breath. She could still feel the residual effects of the struggle, the exhaustion from fighting the darkness. But she couldn't let it take her. Not now. She had made the choice. She had faced it once, and she would face it again. You think you've won. The voice echoed, now more persistent, a low murmur that seemed to reverberate through her chest. But you haven't. The darkness is inside you. You are mine, Jenna. You have always been mine. Jenna's heart skipped a beat. The words were like poison, slipping into her thoughts, clouding her clarity, making her question everything she had fought for. She clenched her fists, pushing back against the rising tide of doubt, the pull of the darkness threatening to sweep her away. No. Jenna said again, her voice growing stronger. I'm not yours. I will never belong to you. The darkness pressed in, its weight heavy, suffocating. Jenna could feel it, could feel the shadows tightening around her, squeezing her chest, as though trying to suffocate the very breath from her lungs. You already belong to me. The voice whispered, its tone smooth and enticing. All I have to do is wait. Just a little longer, Jenna. Just one more step, and you will see. The darkness is your true self. Jenna's knees began to tremble, the darkness tugging at her, but she didn't let it. She refused to let it win. The voice, though alluring, though persuasive, was a lie. A deception. Her hands shook as she raised them, as if holding her own ground against the storm of shadows. She could feel the weight of the darkness pulling at her mind, trying to break her. But she wasn't going to let it. She wasn't going to be consumed. I'm not you, Jenna said, her voice trembling with the force of her defiance. I'm not the darkness. The shadows seemed to recoil for a moment, and Jenna's heart surged with hope. She could feel the tide shifting, but it wasn't over yet. Not by a long shot. We'll see, the voice responded, now dark and venomous, as though its patience had run out. You are nothing without me. You will give in. Just like all the others before you. The air around Jenna grew colder, the shadows darkening in response to the voice's words. She could feel it, the very core of the darkness reaching for her, testing her resolve, waiting for her to break. The hunger was unbearable now, the pressure building in her chest like a vice. The temptation to surrender was overwhelming. She could feel it, the soft, seductive whisper calling to her again. She could feel herself slipping, just a little. The darkness creeping into the corners of her mind, twisting her thoughts. What if I'm not strong enough? What if I lose myself? The voice was right about one thing. The darkness was inside her. It always had been. And now, more than ever, she could feel it, see it in the shadows that stretched out before her. It was waiting for her to falter, to give up, to let it consume her entirely. Jenna's hands trembled, but she clenched them into fists, feeling the raw energy of the darkness swirling around her, trying to break her. But this time, she didn't fight it in the way she had before. This time, she didn't push it away. Instead, she acknowledged it. She wasn't running anymore. "I'm not afraid of you," Jenna whispered, her voice gaining strength, defiance in every word. "I will never be afraid of you." The shadows read as if reacting to her words, a violent, chaotic surge of dark energy that threatened to overwhelm her. But Jenna stood her ground, feeling the power inside her, not as a force to fear, but as a tool. She would use it. She would shape it. And with every ounce of will, she forced the darkness back. It recoiled, but not without struggle. The shadows fought to keep their grip on her, but Jenna pushed harder, bending the energy to her will. It fought, it resisted, but it was no longer the overwhelming force it had been. She could feel its power, yes, but she could feel the control she had over it, too. The struggle was exhausting, and Jenna felt her strength waning, but she didn't let up. She couldn't. For what felt like an eternity, she fought, pushing the darkness back, reclaiming control over herself. And finally, the shadows began to pull away, retreating into the corners of the room, as though acknowledging her power, albeit reluctantly. Jenna stood in the center of the room, her breath shallow, her body shaking with exhaustion, but her heart thundering with victory. She had done it. She had won, once again. For now. The voice of the darkness faded, the echoes growing quieter, until only silence remained. Jenna closed her eyes, feeling the weight of the battle slip away, if only for a moment. But she knew. This wasn't over. The darkness would come again, and she would have to face it once more. She wasn't sure how many more battles she could fight, but as long as the darkness lingered, she would keep standing. She would keep fighting for herself. Because no matter how hard it tried, she refused to let the darkness consume her. Jenna's breath came in slow, deliberate gasps as she stood amidst the shadows. The weight of the battle had left her fatigued, but the sense of victory, however fleeting, lingered in her chest. She had won this round. Against the darkness, against herself. But deep inside, she could feel it, the gnawing doubt, the growing fear. She wasn't sure how long she could keep this up. The darkness was always there, always waiting, lurking in the recesses of her mind. The more she fought it, the more it seemed to grow stronger, feeding off her doubts and her fear. But Jenna refused to succumb to it. She had chosen this path, embraced the power that was now inside her, and she would face whatever came next, no matter the cost. Still, she couldn't shake the lingering feeling that something wasn't right. The darkness was still present, as if biding its time, waiting for the next crack in her resolve, the next moment of weakness. Jenna clenched her fists, feeling the familiar surge of power within her. Raw, untamed, and alive. It was both a gift and a curse, a force that could tear her apart or make her stronger than she had ever imagined. But she couldn't let it control her. She was the one who held the reins, the one who decided how much of it to take, how much of it to use. The thought of the stone, the object she had once discarded, sent a shiver through her. It had been more than just a conduit for the darkness. It had been a part of it, a key that unlocked her own potential. The stone had been both a warning and a guide, a reminder that the darkness was never truly gone, just dormant, waiting for her to pick it up again, to unlock what lay hidden beneath the surface. But she couldn't. She couldn't go back to that place. Not yet. As she stood alone in the room, the silence pressing in on her, Jenna felt the shadows stir once more. This time, however, it wasn't the overwhelming rush of power that had almost consumed her earlier. This time, it was a subtle shift in the air, like a low hum vibrating just beneath her consciousness. "Jenna." The voice whispered, soft and insistent, like a lover's caress that carried a sting. It sent a cold shiver down her spine. She knew that voice. the voice of the darkness, the one that had promised her power, promised her control, but at such a heavy price. You can't fight forever, the voice continued, its tone almost comforting. You're tired. You can feel it, can't you? The exhaustion, the strain. You're wearing yourself thin, Jenna. Jenna's heart pounded in her chest, the words cutting through the silence like a knife. She didn't respond, but she could feel it. The truth in the voice. The exhaustion was real. The fight, the constant battle to keep the darkness at bay, was wearing her down. She was tired. Her body ached from the struggle, her mind heavy with the weight of every choice she had made. You don't have to fight alone, the voice purred. I can help you. You don't have to carry this burden by yourself. Let me in, and I'll make it easy for you. Let me guide you, and we can be so much more than you could ever be on your own. Jenna's hands clenched tighter. The voice was so tempting, so easy to fall into. The idea of surrendering, of letting the darkness take over, was an appealing one. It offered rest, a break from the endless struggle. It promised power, freedom from the weight of the constant fight. All she had to do was give in. But she had learned the price of that freedom. She had seen what happened to those who let the darkness take them. She had seen how it consumed them, how it twisted them into something unrecognizable. She would never let that happen to her. No, Jenna whispered, her voice steady despite the turmoil raging inside her. I won't let you win. I won't let you control me. The shadows seemed to pulse at her words, the air thickening with the dark energy that surrounded her. She could feel the pressure building again, the power surging within her, testing her resolve. You already belong to me, the voice hissed, low and dangerous. You can't run from yourself, Jenna. You can't escape what you've already chosen. The darkness is part of you now. You cannot break free. Jenna's hands shook, but she didn't let it show. She had chosen this path, and she had to stay true to it. The darkness was part of her, but it didn't own her. She was stronger than this. She was stronger than the pull it had on her. I control this, she said, her voice gaining strength. I control me. The shadows seemed to recoil at her words, pulling back for a moment, like they were unsure of how to respond. Jenna could feel the darkness testing her once again. But this time she stood firm. She wasn't afraid of it anymore. She had faced it, and she had survived. That was the difference. That was what set her apart from the others. Jenna's breath came in slow, steadying breaths as she stood there, surrounded by the thick, heavy silence. The air was charged with energy, crackling around her like a storm. But she didn't flinch. The shadows could no longer intimidate her. She had faced them, and now they were hers to command. But the voice, the presence that had been haunting her thoughts, wasn't done. You cannot keep running from your true self, it whispered one last time. You will fall. All of you always fall in the end. Jenna clenched her fists, her resolve hardening. I won't fall, she said, the words like a vow. Not this time. The voice seemed to fade, the shadows withdrawing into the corners of the room, leaving her standing alone in the stillness. The weight of the darkness was still there, but now it felt different. Lighter somehow. Not because it had disappeared, but because she had learned to live with it. She had learned to control it. For now, at least. But deep inside, Jenna knew that the battle wasn't over. The darkness would always be there, waiting, testing her. It would always want more. And the cost of holding onto her soul was growing with every passing day. She took a deep breath, her body weary but determined. As long as she kept fighting, as long as she kept control, she would survive. But how much longer could she hold on before the darkness claimed her? Jenna's hands trembled as she stood in the quiet aftermath, the weight of the shadows still lingering in the corners of her mind. The room was eerily still, but the energy in the air remained thick, like the calm before a storm. She had fought back once again, but the victory felt hollow. The darkness was still there, just beneath the surface, waiting for her to slip, to falter, to let it back in. She closed her eyes and took a deep, steadying breath, trying to push the fear away. The darkness hadn't consumed her. Not yet. But she could feel it tugging at the edges of her mind, like a thread ready to unravel at any moment. The shadows whispered her name, teasing her, beckoning her to give in. She had heard that voice too many times, felt its seductive pull too many times to believe she could ever fully escape it. I can control this. I can fight it. The words came to her. But they felt weaker now, as though they were more of a mantra than a truth. Could she really keep fighting this forever? How many times could she push the darkness back before it overwhelmed her? She didn't know. She didn't have the answers. Her mind raced, but she forced herself to focus. She had made it this far, and she wasn't going to give up now. The darkness had no claim on her. She would hold on to what was left of herself. She had to. Eat. A soft, familiar sound broke through her thoughts, a whisper of movement in the shadows, a slight rustling in the air. It was subtle, almost imperceptible, but it was there. Jenna's heart skipped a beat, and she instinctively took a step back, her body on alert. She wasn't alone. You cannot hide from me, Jenna. The voice slithered through the room like a dark cloud, curling around her senses, suffocating her thoughts. It wasn't the woman this time. No, it was something deeper. Something more insidious. The voice was different, darker, more personal. It was her own voice. The darkness was speaking to her in her own words, using her own fears and doubts against her. Jenna's body went rigid, her breath catching in her throat. She could feel the darkness now, not just surrounding her, but inside her, gnawing, glowing, growing. It was like a living thing, a parasite that fed off her every thought, every insecurity. It had become so intertwined with her own consciousness that she could no longer tell where she ended and the darkness began. You are me, the voice whispered, wrapping around her like a cold, suffocating blanket. The shadows are a part of you, and you can't escape yourself. Can you? Jenna shook her head, trying to push the voice away, but it was impossible. It was in her mind, in her soul, feeding on her very existence. No, she whispered, her voice trembling. I'm not you. I control this. I control me. But even as she said it, the words felt hollow. The darkness was no longer an external force. It was inside her. It had always been. It had always been a part of her. The shadows around her flickered and shifted, seeming to respond to her inner turmoil, feeding on the doubt that was rising within her. Jenna's chest tightened as the pressure of the darkness grew, threatening to consume her from the inside out. The whisper grew louder, more insistent. You will never be free of me. You have chosen me. You are my vessel now, and you will serve me whether you want to or not. Jenna collapsed to her knees, her hands pressed to the cold floor, struggling to breathe as the weight of the shadows pressed down on her chest. The darkness was suffocating, and this time, it wasn't just a battle of willpower. This was different. This was personal. She could feel it inside her, gnawing at her thoughts, her soul. It was as though the darkness was trying to rewrite her very existence, to erase everything that made her human and replace it with something else. Something cold, something dark. Her breath hitched as she felt it again, the cold, invasive feeling, the voice of the darkness, twisting her thoughts, manipulating her fears. It was becoming her. It was changing her piece by piece. The more she resisted, the more it crept into every corner of her mind, until it was no longer something she could fight. She was the darkness. No, no. With a sudden surge of strength, Jenna pushed herself up, her body shaking with the effort. She had felt it, felt the darkness clawing at her, trying to take over. But this time, she would not let it. She could not let it. I am not you, she said, her voice low but growing in strength. I am still me. I will never let you take me. The shadows recoiled, as if surprised by the force of her will. They flickered and twisted, but Jenna stood firm, her mind focused, her body trembling but unyielding. She could feel the darkness inside her, but this time she wasn't afraid. She wasn't going to let it consume her. She was going to control it, bend it to her will. The voice, the presence, faded for a moment, and for the first time, Jenna felt a flicker of hope. She wasn't alone in this fight. She wasn't completely consumed. But just as quickly as the hope flickered, the shadows surged forward once more, this time with more intensity. The pressure on her chest grew, suffocating her once again, the weight of the darkness threatening to crush her. Her heart raced, and for a moment, she felt herself slipping into the void where the darkness could take control. You can't keep this up, Jenna. The voice whispered again, its tone a soft, mocking caress. You will fall. You will give in. It's inevitable. Jenna gasped for air, the darkness choking the very life out of her, but she wouldn't give up. She couldn't. She wasn't going to let the darkness have her. Not now, not ever. With a final, desperate cry, Jenna focused all her will, every last ounce of strength she had left, and forced the shadows back, just enough to breathe, just enough to stand. But the darkness wasn't done. It never was. The shadows shrieked and pulled back, but only for a moment, before they surged forward again, more powerful than before, like a wave crashing over her, threatening to drown her in its power. Jenna's mind raced, and she realized something. This was it. This was the final test. She had to choose. She couldn't keep running from herself. She couldn't keep resisting the truth of what she was becoming. She was the darkness, and the darkness was her. And in that moment, she understood the true price she had paid for the power she had embraced. It wasn't just control, it was sacrifice. The price of the darkness wasn't her humanity, it was her soul. But could she live with that price? Jenna stood, her legs trembling beneath her, the shadows swirling around her like a storm, threatening to engulf her in an all-consuming tide. She could feel it, the weight of the darkness pressing down on her chest, suffocating her every breath. The voice, now clear, strong, and insistent, echoed in her mind, pushing at her resolve, trying to break through the final barriers she had built to keep herself intact. You can't fight this, Jenna. You've already chosen. The words seemed to seep into her very bones, each syllable a reminder of the price she had paid to control the darkness, to bend it to her will. And now, as the shadows wreathed around her, she understood with chilling clarity that there was no simple escape. The darkness wasn't an external force that she could defeat with strength alone. It wasn't something that could be pushed aside or banished. It was her. Everything she had tried to run from, every fear, every doubt, every weakness she had buried for years, had fed into this darkness, and it had grown stronger with every denial, every attempt to suppress it. The power she had once thought of as a tool to control her world was now an inextricable part of who she had become. The shadows pressed in tighter, swirling like a vortex, their pull growing more intense. She could feel them tugging at her, testing her, pushing her closer to the brink. The walls of the room seemed to collapse inward, as if the very space itself was being drawn into the dark abyss. You are mine, the voice whispered again, its tone warm, seductive, almost comforting. You've been mine all along. Jenna gasped, a wave of panic sweeping through her. She had fought so hard to keep control, to keep the darkness from consuming her entirely. But now, standing in the very heart of it, she realized that the fight was no longer just about keeping the shadows at bay. It was about embracing them. Because no matter how much she fought, no matter how many times she pushed them away, they were still a part of her. I won't let you take me, she whispered through clenched teeth, her body shaking with the effort of holding herself together. But the voice laughed, the sound chilling in its certainty. "You are already mine. You have always been." Jenna felt her knees buckle, the overwhelming weight of the darkness threatening to pull her under. The shadows wrapped around her like chains, their cold tendrils creeping across her skin, slipping into her thoughts, into her heart. She could feel it. The darkness was feeding on her fear, on her uncertainty, on the part of her that was afraid of what she might become. It was using her own doubts against her, turning her into its willing servant. For a moment, Jenna was paralyzed, the fear of losing herself overwhelming her. The power of the shadows was like an ocean, and she was drowning in it. She could feel her control slipping, the darkness growing louder, stronger. She could hear the voice inside her head, growing clearer with each passing moment. Let go. Embrace it. You were meant for this, Jenna. Her mind screamed against the temptation. No, she couldn't let the darkness consume her. She had fought for so long, fought so hard to keep herself intact. She had come too far to lose herself now. With a desperate cry, Jenna slammed her hands down onto the floor. Her palms pressed against the cold stone. She could feel the power surging through her again, the darkness pushing at her, testing her resolve. She was teetering on the edge of surrender, and she knew that if she gave in now, there would be no coming back. But as the shadows pressed in closer, something inside her snapped. The realization hit her like a punch to the gut. She had always been fighting the wrong thing. The darkness wasn't the enemy. It wasn't something to push away or fight against. The real battle was within herself. The shadows were just a reflection of her own inner struggles, her own fears, her own repressed emotions. The darkness was hers. It was a part of her. And in that moment, Jenna understood that the true power didn't come from resisting the darkness. It came from owning it. She couldn't fight it forever, but she didn't have to let it control her either. Jenna's hands trembled as she pushed herself back to her feet, feeling the shadows shift with her movements, the power rippling through her like a storm. She didn't fight it this time. She embraced it. She became it. "I am not afraid," she whispered to the darkness, her voice steady, her heart strong. "I am the darkness, and I control it." For the first time, the shadows stopped pressing in on her. They swirled around her like a living thing, but this time they didn't feel suffocating. They felt alive. Her power was no longer something she was trying to keep at bay. It was something she had learned to use. She felt it deep within her bones, swirling through her veins, connecting her to the very fabric of the world around her. The voice in her mind went silent for a moment, as if surprised by her sudden shift in perspective. Then, slowly, it began to speak again, but this time, its words were different. They were no longer filled with malice, no longer taunting or threatening. There was something almost respectful in the tone. "So this is how it is, then," the voice said softly, a hint of something like admiration in its words. "You have claimed your darkness, Jenna. You've learned to wield it. And yet, it still won't be easy. The price is still there." Jenna felt a sharp pang in her chest at the mention of the price. She had known it wouldn't be easy. She had known that embracing the darkness came at a cost. Her soul, her humanity. But at least now, she understood the price. "I know," Jenna replied, her voice firm and unwavering. "But I won't lose myself. Not to you. Not to anyone." The darkness pulsed around her, like a living entity responding to her words. Jenna could feel the power inside her, but it no longer felt overwhelming. It felt like part of her, like an extension of herself that she could control. She could feel the weight of it, but it no longer weighed her down. The shadows shifted, their power now more a part of her than an external force. And in that moment, Jenna understood that the true cost of the darkness wasn't losing herself. It was about accepting all that she was, the light and the dark, the strength and the weakness, and finding balance. For now, at least, she had won. But how long could she keep the darkness at bay? How long could she control it before it consumed her again? Jenna didn't know. But for the first time, she felt a sense of calm within the chaos. She wasn't running from it anymore. She was owning it. And maybe that was enough. Jenna stood in the quiet of the room, the shadows swirling around her like a living entity, no longer oppressive, but somehow comforting in their own strange way. The power surged within her, stronger than before, yet it no longer felt like an uncontrollable force. It felt like hers, a part of her, an extension of her own will. For the first time, she could sense the balance, the fine line she had to walk between being consumed and being in control. But the weight of it, the price she had paid to reach this point, still hung heavily in the air. She could feel the darkness, still alive within her, still waiting for her to slip. It wasn't gone. It was never going to be gone. The voice, once mocking and insistent, had faded into silence, as if it had accepted the new dynamic between them. But Jenna knew it wasn't truly over. The voice would return, testing her, pulling at her weaknesses. The darkness would always test her. Jenna's fingers flexed, feeling the power pulsing through her veins, but she knew it wasn't something to take lightly. She had learned that much the hard way. The shadows had been a source of fear, of power, but they were also a force that demanded respect. She couldn't let herself become arrogant or careless. The price of control was a heavy one, but Jenna had already paid part of it. She had sacrificed her peace of mind, her sense of self, and perhaps even her soul. But as much as the darkness threatened to claim her, Jenna wasn't ready to give up yet. She wasn't going to let the shadows consume her. Not again. You think you've won, don't you? The voice echoed in her mind again, its tone now quieter, more resigned. It was almost disappointed. Jenna's chest tightened as the words sent a shiver through her. She hadn't expected the voice to return so soon. She had thought, perhaps, it would remain dormant for a while longer, but it was here, testing her, pulling at her resolve. I have won. Jenna replied aloud, her voice steady, but filled with a strength she hadn't felt before. And I will continue to win. I am not afraid of you anymore. The shadows flickered around her, as if considering her words. The pressure in the room grew, a sudden pull that seemed to tug at her very soul. The darkness didn't want to let her go, didn't want to let her control it. It wanted to devour her, to swallow her whole and claim her as its own. You cannot control it forever, Jenna, the voice warned, its tone shifting from resigned to cold, calculating. You think you've found balance, but it's only temporary. The darkness is a part of you, yes, but it will always be stronger than you. It will always want more. Jenna clenched her fists, forcing herself to stand taller. She could feel the pressure of the darkness building again, but she didn't back down. The voice was right about one thing. It wasn't easy to control. It would never be easy. But that didn't mean she couldn't fight. She wasn't going to lose herself to it. Not again. You're wrong, Jenna said firmly, her voice cutting through the growing tension. I'm not afraid of what's inside me. I control it now. I won't be consumed. For a moment, there was nothing but silence, the shadows hanging in the air like a dark mist. Then, slowly, the voice responded, softer now, but still with a hint of that insidious calm. You think you can keep it at bay forever. Jenna swallowed hard, her heart pounding in her chest. The shadows pressed in closer, responding to the voice, testing her resolve. The darkness wanted to break her. It wanted to prove her wrong, to remind her that it could still take control if she faltered. No, Jenna said, her voice trembling slightly, but her words still filled with the force of her defiance. I'm not going to let it break me. I will keep it under control. The shadows flickered again, swirling around her like an angry wind, testing her strength. Jenna's hands were shaking now, but she held them out in front of her, palms open, steadying herself against the surge of energy threatening to overwhelm her. She could feel it, the temptation to give in, to let the darkness swallow her whole, take her into its embrace, promise her the power she had always wanted. But the cost of that power was too great. She had already given so much. The voice chuckled low in her mind, a soft, sinister sound. You don't have to fight anymore, Jenna. You've already lost. You're too far gone to turn back now. Jenna's heart stuttered, the pressure on her chest growing heavier. The shadows pressed against her skin like an icy grip, and for a moment she felt herself slip. Her breath caught in her throat, and the darkness seemed to close in on her, drowning her, suffocating her. She could feel it inside her, its cold fingers twisting around her soul, pulling at her resolve. But then, deep inside her, there was a flicker of defiance. A voice inside her that wouldn't let go. No, I won't give in. With a violent shudder, Jenna pushed back, forcing the darkness away with every ounce of willpower she had left. She could feel the shadows retreating, pulling back like a tide that had just been pushed out. Her body trembled with the effort, but she held firm, her heart racing in her chest. I control this, Jenna said again, her voice growing stronger. I won't let it take me. Not again. The shadows paused, as if considering her words. The pressure in the room began to lift, slowly at first, then more quickly, as though the darkness had decided to pull back, for now. But Jenna knew it wasn't over. The battle wasn't won. She had only pushed the darkness away temporarily. The voice, now softer and more distant, spoke once more. We shall see, Jenna. We shall see how long you can keep it at bay. How long you can control the darkness inside you. The shadows faded into the corners of the room, leaving Jenna standing alone in the thick silence. Her chest heaved with the effort of holding on to herself, and she collapsed to her knees, feeling the weight of the fight take its toll. She was exhausted, her mind numb, her body trembling with fatigue. But there was a flicker of victory inside her. She had resisted. For now, she had kept the darkness at bay. But the price was growing heavier with each passing day. How long could she keep fighting? How long before the darkness consumed her? She didn't know. But she couldn't stop now. She wouldn't. Jenna knelt on the cold stone floor, the weight of the darkness pressing against her chest, as her breath came in ragged gasps. The shadows had receded for the moment, but their presence lingered, like a persistent itch beneath her skin, just waiting for the right moment to return. She could feel them in every corner of her mind, winding through her thoughts, coiling around her every sense, like an inevitable tide that would rise again. The victory she had won felt hollow. It wasn't a real win. It was just a temporary reprieve, a brief flicker of light before the darkness inevitably returned. She had fought it back, but she had not defeated it. She knew now, with a cold clarity, that the darkness would always be with her. The only question was, how long could she keep it at bay? The voice had faded, for now. But its words lingered in her mind, like a shadow that couldn't quite be shaken off. You cannot fight forever. It had been right about that much. She had chosen to fight, to resist, but she had also chosen to accept the darkness as part of her. There was no going back. It was inside her. She had sacrificed so much already. What else would the darkness demand from her? Jenna stood slowly, the air in the room thick and oppressive, as though the shadows were still there, watching her, waiting. She could feel their pull deep within her gut, a gnawing hunger, a desire for something she couldn't fully comprehend. It wasn't just power. It was more than that. It was a part of her, and that realization terrified her more than anything else. Her hand trembled as she reached out to steady herself against the stone wall, the jagged edges of her thoughts making it difficult to focus. She wanted to scream, to lash out, But she knew better. Screaming wouldn't change anything. The darkness was a part of her, and it would always be there, lurking beneath the surface. The only thing she could control was how she responded to it. "I am not afraid of you," Jenna muttered to herself, her voice shaky but resolute. She needed to believe that. She needed to remind herself that she was still in control, that she could resist. But as she looked around the room, the walls closing in around her, the shadows began to stretch again, as if sensing her doubt, feeding off it, growing stronger. "You are me," the voice whispered once again, quieter now, almost intimate. "You are the darkness. The sooner you accept it, the stronger you will be." Jenna shut her eyes, trying to push the voice away. It was the same thing over and over. She was the darkness. She controlled it, but it controlled her just as much. She was both. The truth was, Jenna was no longer sure where she ended and the darkness began. Every fight, every attempt to push it away, only made it stronger. She had been trying to separate herself from it for so long, trying to hold on to the remnants of who she used to be. But now she realized something terrible. She had already become a part of it, and the more she fought, the more it fed on her resistance. "You will fall," the voice whispered again, its tone almost soothing now. "You always do. But this time, it will be different. This time, you won't fight. You'll embrace it, and we will become one." The shadows twisted in the corners of her vision, drawing closer, the weight of them pressing in like an iron curtain. She could feel the darkness crawling beneath her skin, in her veins, like a poison that was slowly taking over her entire being. It wasn't something she could fight anymore. It wasn't something she could push away. "It's a part of me now. It's always been a part of me." Jenna's knees buckled as the realization hit her. The fight wasn't over, but she wasn't just fighting the darkness. She was fighting herself. Tears welled in her eyes, but she wiped them away angrily, determined not to let the darkness see her weakness. It had already taken so much. It had already broken her down in ways she couldn't even describe. And now, it was demanding more. It wanted to consume her, wanted her to surrender. But that's what she had been doing all along, wasn't it? She had been surrendering her humanity piece by piece. With a cry of frustration, Jenna pushed herself to her feet, her body shaking with the weight of everything. Her mind was fractured. Her heart was heavy with the knowledge that no matter how much she fought, no matter how much she tried to keep control, the darkness was inside her. It would always be a part of her. There was no escaping it. She gasped as the shadows surged forward once again, faster than before, and she could feel them closing in on her, the weight of their hunger growing stronger. It was suffocating now, their presence everywhere, pressing in on her, testing her resolve. "Embrace it, Jenna." The voice cooed again, so close now. Its whispers like a lover's breath against her ear. Give yourself to it. Let it fill the hollow spaces inside you. Let it make you whole. Jenna felt the pull, felt the temptation to give in, to let the darkness consume her completely. It was so easy, so tempting. The power, the control, the endless rush of it all. It would be so simple to let go, to let the shadows take her. But she had already seen what that looked like. She had already felt what it was like to be consumed by it, to be turned into something else entirely. And she wasn't ready to become nothing. With trembling hands, Jenna pressed them against her chest, as if to hold herself together. She felt the darkness clawing at her, scratching at the surface of her mind, but she held firm. "I won't give in," she whispered, the words barely audible, but filled with the strength of her defiance. "I won't lose myself." The shadows seemed to hesitate, almost as if in response to her resistance. Jenna's breath was ragged, her body exhausted, but she knew she couldn't stop fighting. Not yet. Not when the darkness still tried to take her, still tried to break her. She was stronger than this. But how much longer could she keep this up? Jenna's heartbeat thudded in her chest, a frantic rhythm that reverberated through her entire body as the shadows continued to swirl around her. The pressure of their weight was unbearable, like a storm closing in from all sides, pulling her into the very heart of it. She could feel it, the darkness wrapping around her, crawling beneath her skin, seeping into the deepest parts of her mind. Her breath was shallow, ragged, but she refused to give in. Not yet. She had come so far, survived so much. She couldn't let it all slip away now, not after everything she had fought for. But the whispers were growing louder. "You cannot escape this, Jenna," the voice echoed in her mind, soft, insistent. It was her own voice, twisted by the darkness, but it was undeniable. "You are mine, I am yours. Together we are unstoppable." The words were sweet, seductive, pulling at the very core of her. She could feel the truth of it. The darkness had always been a part of her. The more she fought it, the stronger it became. It had fed off her fear, her doubt, her hesitation, and now it was offering her the one thing she had always craved: power, control. But at what cost? Jenna clenched her fists, forcing herself to stand tall. Even as the shadows pressed closer, their cold tendrils curling around her limbs, trying to drag her under. She could feel the pull, the temptation to let go, to surrender to the power that was so close she could almost taste it. But she wouldn't. Not like this. Not when she had fought so hard to remain herself. "I am not you," she said, her voice barely a whisper, but it was steady, unwavering. "I will never be you." For a moment, the shadows seemed to hesitate, as if uncertain of her resolve. Then, they surged forward once again, faster, more violent, as though trying to drown her in their overwhelming presence. The room felt smaller, the walls closing in around her, as if the very space was bending to the will of the darkness. "You can't win," the voice whispered, this time colder, more detached. "You're too weak. You don't have the strength to fight forever." Jenna's mind raced as the darkness pressed in, suffocating her. She could feel her strength slipping away, the exhaustion weighing on her like an anchor. It would be so easy to give in, so easy to let the shadows claim her, to let the power consume her completely. But deep down, she knew the truth. Giving in wasn't freedom. It was slavery. It was a lie. The darkness had promised her power, but it had already taken so much from her. Every time she had given in, it had taken another piece of her humanity, another piece of who she was. And if she gave in now, there would be nothing left of her. She wasn't going to let that happen. "No?" Jenna whispered through clenched teeth. "I am in control. Not you. Not anymore." The shadows paused, flickering as if testing her. She could feel their hunger, their desire to take her, to pull her back into their depths. But this time, something inside her snapped, the final piece of the puzzle falling into place. She had always been in control. Not of the darkness itself, but of how she responded to it. She didn't need to fight it anymore. She needed to accept it. The darkness was a part of her, but it didn't define her. She could use it, shape it, make it her ally instead of her enemy. And with that realization came a sudden rush of power. A flood of energy that coursed through her veins, not from the darkness, but from herself. Jenna's body trembled with the force of it, the darkness swirling around her as though uncertain of its next move. She could feel the weight of the shadows, but this time they didn't feel like a threat. They felt like a tool, a weapon. "You are not weak," the voice whispered, this time sounding almost impressed. "But it's too late. You are already mine." Jenna took a step forward, the shadows retreating as she moved. They swirled around her like a cloak, but they didn't press against her anymore. They didn't fight her. She had claimed them, shaped them, and they obeyed. "You don't control me," Jenna said, her voice a low, confident growl. "I control you." The shadows trembled as if recoiling from her words. And for the first time, Jenna felt something she hadn't in so long: peace. The struggle, the constant fight to hold on to herself, was over. She didn't need to fight the darkness. She just needed to embrace it. But as the shadows receded, Jenna couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. The voice had fallen silent, but she could still feel its presence, like a distant echo in the back of her mind. The darkness had accepted her control, for now. But how long would that last? How long before the shadows returned, more powerful than before, to claim her once again? Jenna's heart raced as she realized the truth. This wasn't the end. This wasn't a victory. It was just another beginning. The darkness was still inside her, and it would always be there. Waiting. It would never stop testing her. But she wasn't going to let it take her. She would keep fighting, keep controlling it, no matter what it cost her. She closed her eyes, feeling the power surge within her, and for the first time in what felt like forever, Jenna knew one thing with certainty: she had won this battle. But the war was far from over, and she was ready. Jenna stood amidst the stillness, her body trembling, but her resolve solidifying with each passing second. The shadows no longer pressed against her with the same relentless force. They were still present, swirling like a dark mist around her, but they no longer felt like enemies. Instead, they felt like extensions of herself. Tools, not invaders. She could feel their weight on her mind, the constant hum of their presence just beneath the surface of her thoughts. It wasn't peace, it wasn't freedom, but it was control. And for the first time in a long time, Jenna could breathe without the suffocating weight of fear crushing her chest. The darkness was hers to wield now, a power she could manipulate, shape, and direct. But at what cost? The question gnawed at her as she looked around the room. The air was heavy, thick with the lingering traces of the battle she had just fought. She had claimed control of the shadows, but the price of that control was not a light one. Every piece of her being that had once resisted the darkness now felt intertwined with it, bound to it. And though she had learned to harness it, part of her feared that someday the darkness would demand everything. She closed her eyes and took a slow, steadying breath. The struggle had always been internal. The fear, the doubt, the desire for power. It was all part of her, part of what had driven her to seek control in the first place. And now, standing in the heart of the darkness, she realized that the real battle wasn't with the shadows outside her. It was with the shadows within. The voice that had taunted her, whispered in her ear, had fallen silent for the moment. But Jenna knew it wasn't gone. It never would be. "You think you've won, Jenna?" The voice was soft, almost a murmur, but it echoed in her mind like a snake slithering through the dark corners of her thoughts. "You think you have control." Jenna's heart skipped a beat, her breath catching in her throat as the familiar voice returned, twisting her thoughts once more. The darkness stirred around her, as though it were alive, testing her, probing her defenses. "You're wrong," she whispered, her voice trembling, but firm. "I do have control." The shadows around her shifted, responding to her words, but they weren't hostile. Not yet. They were curious, as if waiting for her to prove that she truly understood what she had done. She had claimed the darkness, yes, but did she truly master it? Or was she still just a puppet, bound to its will? "You can pretend you have control," the voice continued, now cold and disinterested, like an old familiar friend. "But it's just that, a pretend control. You think you've tamed the darkness, but it's not the darkness you should fear, Jenna. It's yourself." Jenna felt a chill crawl up her spine as the words landed, sharp and unrelenting. She could feel the truth in them. She had always feared the darkness, feared what it could do to her. But now, the real fear was the possibility that the darkness was her. It wasn't something external, something that she could defeat. It was something inside her, living in every corner of her mind, feeding off her thoughts, her fears, her desires. "I'm not afraid of myself," Jenna said, her voice gaining strength. "I've embraced who I am. The darkness doesn't control me anymore. I control it." The shadows around her flickered, swirling tighter like a storm gathering strength, testing the limits of her resolve. But Jenna didn't flinch. She felt their power now, their hunger, but it was hers to command. "You think you've mastered it?" The voice was almost mocking now, its tone filled with disdain. "You think you can control something so vast, so ancient? It will consume you, Jenna. It always does." Jenna swallowed hard, her throat tight, but her gaze remained fixed, unwavering. She had faced this fear before. She had battled the darkness within and without, and she had survived. And now she would not let it take her. "I control it," she repeated, more forcefully this time. "I control everything." For a long moment, there was nothing but silence, thick and suffocating. The shadows around her began to slow, no longer swirling with the same intensity. It was as if they were retreating, unsure of how to respond to her declaration. But Jenna knew it wasn't over. The darkness might be still, but it was never gone. It was just waiting, like a coiled serpent, for the moment of weakness, the moment when it could strike. Her pulse raced, and her body ached from the strain, but she refused to back down. She had already given up too much. She couldn't let herself be consumed by the very force she had chosen to control. Suddenly, the silence shattered, a sharp crack of energy filling the air, followed by a guttural growl. The shadows around her recoiled, then surged forward again, faster and more violent than before, their power overwhelming, all-encompassing. They were testing her, pushing her, forcing her to prove that she was stronger than they were, that she was truly in control. Jenna's heart raced in her chest as the shadows pressed closer, surrounding her, pulling her in like a vortex. She could feel their cold tendrils wrapping around her mind, trying to crush her will, to drag her into the abyss. But she didn't flinch. She embraced it. She welcomed it. She raised her arms, focusing all her energy, her will, into the darkness that swirled around her. She could feel it, its hunger, its desire to consume. But now it was hers to control. She wasn't afraid anymore. She wasn't running. She was mastering it. "I control you," Jenna said again, her voice a low, commanding growl. "You will not take me?" "Not now, not ever." The shadows writhed violently, like they were trying to break free from her grip, but they couldn't. They couldn't fight her anymore. She had claimed them. She had embraced them. And now they obeyed her will. Eat. The room grew still again, the tension easing, as if the storm had finally passed. The shadows receded into the corners of the room, their hunger, their desire, fading into the background. But Jenna knew this wasn't the end. She had only won this battle for now. The price of mastery was steep, and it was one she wasn't sure she would ever fully pay. The darkness would always be there, testing her, pushing her. But she had taken the first step, and for the first time, Jenna felt a flicker of hope. She could control it. She could live with it. For now, at least. Jenna stood motionless, her body aching from the intensity of the struggle, her breath slow and deliberate. The darkness had retreated, but its presence was still there, lingering like a heavy fog in the corners of her mind. The shadows around her had pulled back, but they had not disappeared. They never would. They were a part of her now, woven into her very soul. She had learned to control them. She had faced the darkness and, for now, emerged victorious. But the victory was hollow. The darkness wasn't something to be conquered, only mastered. And she had only just begun to understand what it truly meant to master it. Jenna's hands trembled, but she clenched them into fists, steadying herself. Her chest rose and fell with each labored breath as the silence in the room settled around her. She had pushed the shadows back for now, but she couldn't afford to be complacent. She knew this wasn't the end. It was never the end. The darkness would always be there, always watching, always waiting for her to slip. But Jenna wasn't going to slip. Not anymore. Her mind was still reeling from the battle she had just fought, the strength it had taken to control the darkness, to refuse its pull. The voice. The darkness itself had tried to claim her again, tried to tell her that she couldn't win, that she was too weak. But she hadn't given in. Not this time. And for the first time, she felt something she hadn't felt in so long, a sense of control. It was fragile, but it was there. The darkness had tried to consume her, but instead she had tamed it. She had learned to bend it to her will. She could feel its presence still, but it was quieter now, more like an obedient servant than an overwhelming force. Yet, even as she stood in the center of the room, feeling the pulse of power thrumming through her veins, Jenna knew the cost of this victory. The darkness didn't just take control, it demanded something in return. The shadows had fed off her fear, her doubts, her deepest insecurities. And they had been with her for so long. They had become a part of her. She couldn't erase them, couldn't deny them. But she could control them. She could use them. She could live with them. Jenna took a deep breath and stepped forward, her legs shaky but strong, her heart steady. She had faced the darkness and survived, but that didn't mean she was free. She was stronger, yes, but she was also more vulnerable. The darkness had shown her who she really was, and it had reminded her of something she couldn't forget. The line between control and surrender was thinner than she had ever imagined. The room seemed to close in around her again, but she didn't flinch. She had learned to live with the shadows. She had learned to embrace them. But as the silence stretched on, Jenna couldn't shake the nagging feeling in her gut, the sense that she was standing on the edge of something much darker, much deeper than she had ever realized. The shadows had retreated for now, but she knew they were just biding their time. They were waiting for the moment when her resolve would falter, when her strength would waver. The darkness was a part of her now, and it would never let go. Not truly. It would always be there, and eventually it would test her again. You can't win forever, Jenna. The voice was soft, like a whisper, but it was unmistakable. The presence of the darkness pressed against her mind again, as if it had been lying dormant, waiting for the right moment to strike. You're wrong, Jenna replied, her voice steady despite the sharp pang of fear that had risen in her chest. She wasn't going to let the darkness win. She wasn't going to let it consume her. She had already come too far. You think you've won? The voice continued, its tone taunting. You think you can control it. But it's a part of you, Jenna. It always will be. The longer you try to keep it in check, the stronger it gets. And eventually it will take over. It always does. Jenna felt her stomach twist as the words sank in. She knew the truth of it. The darkness wasn't something she could erase, wasn't something she could separate from herself. It was part of her. The more she fought against it, the more it fed on her resistance. But the voice was wrong about one thing. She wasn't going to give in. She had been fighting the darkness for so long, and she wasn't going to let it take her now. I don't need to win forever, Jenna said, her voice calm but resolute. I only need to keep control. I don't need to defeat it. I just need to live with it. The voice paused, as if considering her words. For a moment, the shadows seemed to still, the room growing quieter, almost peaceful. But Jenna knew better than to let her guard down. The darkness didn't give up that easily. Control is temporary, the voice whispered, almost gently now. You can hold it back for a time, but you can't escape it. Not forever. Jenna's fingers tightened. But she didn't speak. She didn't need to. She had already made her decision. The darkness would always be a part of her. But she could choose how she responded to it. She could choose to control it. For now, That was enough. But deep in her heart, she couldn't shake the fear that lingered in the back of her mind. How long could she maintain control? How long could she hold the darkness at bay before it consumed her once again? The question haunted her, but for now, she didn't have the answer. She only knew one thing with certainty. She was still fighting. And as long as she was still fighting, she had a chance. Jenna's body felt heavy, her legs unsteady beneath her, as she stood in the eerie silence of the room. The shadows had pulled back again, but she could still feel their cold tendrils curling around her, just beneath the surface of her consciousness. The darkness was never truly gone. It was always there, waiting for her to falter, for her to slip. She had tried to master it, to control it, but each time, the darkness seemed to creep closer, testing her resolve. She couldn't escape it. And more terrifying than the darkness itself was the knowledge that it had become a part of her, woven into the very fabric of who she was. She couldn't outrun it, she couldn't destroy it, but she had learned to live with it. For now, Jenna's pulse was still racing, her breath shallow, but her mind was clearer than it had been in days. She was standing on the edge of something, but she wasn't sure what. It wasn't just the darkness. It wasn't just the shadows. There was a deeper, darker feeling gnawing at her insides, a gnawing sensation that something was waiting, watching, waiting for her to break. You cannot fight forever. The words echoed in her mind, and the chill in her veins deepened. They had always been true. She knew that now. But when? When would it all be too much? When would the darkness finally win? She had to focus. She had to keep her head clear, or else she would fall. But as Jenna stood there, a quiet voice whispered in her mind, so soft, so subtle, it took her a moment to recognize it. What if you are too weak to resist? The question came from within her own thoughts, as if it was a part of her mind she couldn't control. For a brief moment, she faltered, her resolve shaking. She had fought back, she had resisted. But the cost was too great. The fear, the self-doubt, the darkness that was now inside her. It was too much. She couldn't keep fighting forever. Jenna felt her knees weaken, but she caught herself on the edge of the table beside her, gripping it tightly to steady herself. The darkness swirled in her vision again, and she could feel it pressing on her chest. The weight of it, the suffocating pressure. It was as though the shadows were becoming a part of her body, like they were wrapping around her heart, slowly squeezing the life out of her. I can't keep doing this. I can't keep fighting. Her breath quickened as the shadows surged again, just enough to make her feel as though she were drowning in them. She wanted to scream, to let the darkness claim her and take away the weight of the fight. It would be so easy to stop resisting. But no, Jenna shook her head violently, trying to snap herself out of the spiral of doubt. She wouldn't give in to it. The darkness had already claimed so much from her. If she gave in now, there would be nothing left. She wasn't going to let that happen. Her hands were shaking now, but she tightened her grip on the table and pulled herself upright, forcing herself to breathe slowly. She couldn't let herself lose control. Not now. You're too weak, the voice inside her whispered again. It was soft, seductive, and dangerously calm. You'll never escape it. It's inside you. It always has been. Jenna felt the darkness crawl deeper into her thoughts, wrapping around her mind like a suffocating fog. Her vision blurred slightly, and the urge to give in, to let the shadows consume her whole, was almost overwhelming. But no, she had already given up too much. She wasn't going to let the darkness win. She had made a promise to herself, and she wasn't going to break it. I control you, she muttered under her breath, but this time, the words felt hollow. Did she? I control myself, she thought fiercely, pushing the lingering doubts away. She had to believe it. She had to keep fighting. But as the shadows pressed in, The feeling of hopelessness gripped her once again. Her thoughts were a tangled mess of fear, rage, and confusion. The more she tried to fight, the deeper she sank into the abyss. It wasn't just the darkness that was consuming her. It was herself, her doubt, her fear, her weakness. You are me, I am you, the voice whispered again. But this time, it wasn't just a voice, it was a feeling. It was the very core of her being, twisting, turning as though it were woven into her bones. Jenna collapsed to the floor, clutching her head in her hands as the pressure of it all threatened to crush her. Her body shook uncontrollably, and her chest tightened with a pain that felt like it was ripping her apart. She was losing herself. She could feel it. Slowly, surely, slipping through her fingers like sand. Can't, she gasped, her voice breaking, her breath ragged. I can't fight anymore. The darkness didn't respond with violence this time. It didn't press in harder. It didn't try to suffocate her. Instead, it enveloped her. It wrapped around her mind like a cocoon, offering a kind of twisted comfort. She could feel it seep into her thoughts, taking away the last of her resistance, numbing her to the pain. You don't have to fight anymore. The voice was quiet now, calm, loving. Let it in. Let it fill you. Embrace the power, Jenna. Jenna closed her eyes, her body shaking, but she no longer had the strength to fight. The pull was so strong. The promise of relief, of release, was so tempting. Let it go, she thought. Just give in. Stop fighting. Her mind was a storm. She felt her grip on reality slipping, her thoughts spiraling out of control. The darkness was inside her, in every corner of her mind, every part of her soul. She was one with it. She was becoming it. No, she thought, her hands trembling, digging into the cold stone floor. I am still me. I am still. But the shadows wouldn't let her finish that thought. They overwhelmed her, swallowed it whole, until she couldn't think anymore. She wasn't fighting. She wasn't resisting. She was simply letting it take her, letting it fill every part of her until there was nothing left but the darkness. I am you. Jenna's world went silent. Her thoughts, once a tangled web of resistance and fear, faded into a quiet, hollow emptiness. The darkness enveloped her, suffocating her mind and erasing every trace of the struggle she had fought so desperately. It felt like an endless void, a cold nothingness that seemed to stretch on forever. But in that nothingness, there was a strange kind of peace. The voice had become a whisper, no longer a taunting presence, but an almost maternal comfort. It surrounded her, filled her, and for the first time, Jenna didn't fight it. She didn't need to. The darkness wasn't an enemy anymore. It wasn't something to resist. It was her. It was always her. I am you. The words echoed in her mind, soft and resonant, like a melody she had always known. She felt no fear, no doubt, just a calm acceptance as the shadows wove themselves deeper into her being. The very essence of her soul felt intertwined with it, as if she had always belonged to the darkness, as if she had always been part of it. Jenna opened her eyes, but it wasn't the room she saw anymore. It was an endless void, stretching in all directions, the shadows swirling around her like living creatures. They didn't feel suffocating now. They felt familiar, safe. Her breath steadied as she stood in this new world, the weight of everything she had fought slipping away like water down a stream. She had let go. She had surrendered. You are one with me now. You will never be alone again. The voice was soothing, reassuring. It didn't feel cold or malevolent, but rather something warm and inviting. Jenna felt herself drawn deeper into the darkness, the shadows curling around her like arms, pulling her closer. She could feel it now, the truth. All of her life, she had been running from the very thing she was. The darkness. The part of herself that she had rejected, feared, and pushed away had never been an enemy. It had been the key to her power, the core of who she truly was. She had spent years fighting it, resisting it, but now, with a clarity that cut through the fog of confusion, Jenna understood the darkness was her. She was the darkness. Let go, the voice whispered again. Stop resisting. You were never meant to fight. You were meant to reign, to rule. Accept who you are. And so she did. With a deep, steadying breath, Jenna let the shadows fill her completely, embracing them without hesitation. They wrapped around her, coiling into her mind, filling her with their cold, unyielding power. Her body trembled with the surge of energy, and for the first time, she felt complete. Whole, as if every part of her, every piece of her soul, had finally come together. Her thoughts became clearer, sharper. The lingering doubts, the fear of what she had become, began to fade. The power inside her was no longer something she had to control. It was hers, and she was no longer afraid. The room around her materialized once again, but this time it felt different. The walls were darker, the air thicker, as if the very fabric of reality had shifted in response to her newfound understanding. She could feel the energy in the room, the weight of the darkness pressing against her senses. She had crossed over into something else, something more. She was no longer the frightened girl who had stumbled into this path. She was no longer the one who resisted. She was the darkness now. Embrace it. You are home. The words wrapped around her, and for the first time, Jenna felt whole. She reached out, her hand brushing against the cold air. And with that simple gesture, the shadows responded. They moved, swirling around her, bending to her will. She could feel them, taste their power, and it was hers to command. For the first time in her life, Jenna understood the truth of what she had become. She wasn't just controlling the darkness, she was the darkness. The struggle had always been within her, a battle against herself that she could never truly win. But now, she didn't need to win. She just needed to accept it. Her heart beat steadily, her breath calm. The shadows parted before her as she took a step forward, and in that moment, Jenna knew that nothing could stand against her. She was no longer afraid of what she had become. She was no longer afraid of the darkness. She had accepted it, and it had accepted her. I am the darkness, Jenna whispered, the words flowing from her lips with a natural ease. And for the first time, she believed them. But as the shadows swirled around her, the weight of her newfound power didn't bring the freedom she had expected. Instead, it brought a deep sense of emptiness. She was no longer fighting for control. She had it. But now that she had everything she thought she wanted, the question remained, what now? She had crossed a threshold. She was no longer just Jenna. She was something else, something more, and yet. The silence that followed was deafening. The darkness had become her. But in the process, she had lost something. Part of her had been consumed by it. She was not the person she had been before. She wasn't even sure if she could remember who she had been. The question loomed before her, a deep, knowing uncertainty. Was this what she had wanted? Was the price of control worth the emptiness that lingered inside her? Could she ever be whole again? The shadows whispered again, but this time the voice was not comforting. It was cold, calculating. You've accepted the darkness, but you've lost yourself in the process. This is only the beginning, Jenna. What happens when you realize there's nothing left of you to save? Her heart clenched as the voice cut through her newfound power, shattering the calm she had briefly felt. The emptiness inside her grew, filling every space that had once been occupied by the part of her that resisted, that fought. She had given it all up. All of it. Was the power worth it? Was the darkness worth everything she had sacrificed to embrace it? Jenna's fingers trembled as she reached out again. The shadows surrounding her like a cold embrace, but they didn't offer comfort anymore. They felt suffocating, stifling. And she realized with a sickening clarity that she had been wrong. This wasn't the answer. This wasn't the freedom she had wanted. It was just another prison. Jenna stood in the midst of the swirling shadows, her heart pounding in her chest. The power that once felt exhilarating now felt like a weight, a heavy burden that pressed against her chest, suffocating her. The shadows that had once been her source of strength now seemed like chains, wrapping around her in every direction, tightening with each passing second. For the first time since she had embraced the darkness, Jenna felt the full extent of what she had done. She had surrendered, thinking it would bring her the power, the control, the freedom she had always craved, but now all she felt was emptiness. The darkness had consumed her, yes, but it had also taken something from her, something she couldn't get back. Her hands shook as she reached out, feeling the cold, oppressive weight of the shadows that had become a part of her, a reflection of her very soul. They seemed to pulse around her, responding to her every thought, her every desire. But instead of feeling powerful, instead of feeling in control, Jenna felt lost. She had chosen the darkness. She had chosen to let it define her, to accept it as part of her being. But now that it was a part of her, she realized with sickening clarity that she was no longer the person she had been. She wasn't the girl who had fought to stay whole, who had tried so desperately to keep the light within her. No. Now she was the shadows. She was the void. And as much as she had wanted to control it, to shape it into something that would serve her, the truth was undeniable: the darkness was in control. It had always been. It had tricked her into thinking she had mastered it, but now it was consuming her, slowly, painfully. Jenna took a step back, her breath coming in shallow gasps. The shadows seemed to close in on her, tightening their grip, pulling her deeper into the abyss. She could feel it in her chest, her soul, her humanity, slowly slipping away, leaving only the cold emptiness of the darkness behind. "You lied to me," she whispered, her voice breaking as the realization settled in. "This isn't freedom. This isn't power. It's just emptiness." The voice, the one that had guided her, that had promised her control, responded once again. But this time it wasn't soft or comforting. It was cold, detached. "You were always meant for this, Jenna. You are the darkness. You have always been the darkness. You cannot escape it. You cannot fight it." Jenna sank to her knees, her hands gripping her head as the weight of the shadows pressed down on her, threatening to crush her very soul. She could feel the darkness inside her, filling every inch of her being, erasing who she had been. She had wanted to become the master of it, to bend it to her will. But now, all she could feel was the hollow, aching void where her humanity used to be. "You can't run away from yourself," the voice continued, as though savoring her despair. "You've given everything to the darkness, and now there's nothing left. There's nothing but me." Her chest tightened, her breath caught in her throat, and for the first time in what felt like an eternity, she felt the full weight of her decision. She had embraced the darkness, thinking it would give her power, thinking it would free her from the chains of fear and doubt. But it had only enslaved her. It had promised control, but instead it had taken everything she had. "I don't want this," Jenna gasped, her voice barely a whisper. She could feel her mind slipping, the thoughts growing foggy as the darkness wrapped itself tighter around her. "I don't want to be the darkness. I don't want to be consumed." But there was no response, no comfort, no answer. The shadows pulsed in time with her heartbeat, each beat drawing her deeper into their grasp, pulling her closer to the abyss. She could feel herself slipping, her soul slowly unraveling, piece by piece, until nothing was left but the darkness. And then the voice spoke again, but this time there was a finality to it, a coldness that sent a shiver down her spine. "You belong to me now, Jenna. You've always belonged to me." The words rang in her ears, and for the first time, Jenna realized that there was no escape. There was no fight left to win. The darkness had taken her, had made her a part of it, and now there was nothing left of her but the shadows. But then A flicker of thought cut through the fog of despair. A small, almost imperceptible part of her mind, one that had not yet been consumed, spoke. It's not too late. You can still fight. The thought was so quiet, so faint, that Jenna almost dismissed it. But it was there like a spark in the dark. And for a moment, just a moment, she grasped onto it. I can fight. The darkness pressed in harder, the shadows wrapping tighter around her, but for the first time, she didn't give in. She fought. She clawed her way through the fog, reaching for the piece of herself that had remained untouched, the piece that still remembered what it meant to be human. The shadows screamed, fighting against her, pulling her back into the void. But she fought harder. She wasn't ready to give up. She wasn't ready to be consumed. With every ounce of strength she had left, Jenna pushed back against the darkness, forcing it to retreat. It screamed in protest, its voice twisting and warping, but Jenna stood tall. She wasn't going to let the shadows take her. She wasn't going to be nothing. I control you, Jenna whispered, her voice hoarse but filled with conviction. I won't let you take me. The shadows hesitated, recoiling from her words, but Jenna didn't stop. She pushed them back, step by step, until they were once again hovering in the distance, just beyond her reach. For now, she had won. For now, she was still herself. But she knew the darkness would return. It always did. The question was no longer whether it would come. It was when. And when it did, would she be strong enough to resist again? She didn't know. But for now, she could breathe. And for now, that was enough.